ready to go, so it should only take a few seconds to start streaming.
Okay.
Ready to go. So
All
it
set.
should only take a few seconds to start streaming. We should be live on YouTube.
Okay, great. Welcome, everybody, to tonight's Board of Selectmen meeting, Wednesday, March 17th, 2021. Per Governor Baker's order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law, general law, chapter 30A, section 20, the public will not be allowed to physically access this Board of Selectmen meeting. However, public comments and questions may be submitted to the board in advance of the meeting by completing the Google form prior to the meeting by Tuesday, March 16th, 2021 by 4:30 p.m. Also, the meeting will be broadcast live via Seacon Cable TV 9, streamed live on TV 9's Facebook, and streamed live on the Town of Seaconk's YouTube channel. Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, subsection 20F requires any person recording must notify the chairman at the beginning of the meeting. So seeing no one, I'd like to call a meeting to order. Can somebody please read the board and committee openings?
I'll do it. Board of Assessors needs 1 volunteer. Capital Improvement Committee, 2 volunteers. Commission on Disability, 5 to 13. Economic Development Committee, 5 members. Energy Committee, Historical Commission, Parks and Rec, Recycling Committee, and the Zoning Board of Appeals. They're all looking
Okay,
for
thank you.
volunteers.
General business, item A, consider the appointment of Edward Monaghan to the position of truck driver laborer for the Department of Public Works. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second? Mr. Vieira, you're on mute.
Seconded.
Thank you, Mr. Petronio. Okay, is there any questions, any discussion? All right. Being none, roll call vote, please, starting with you, Mr. Petronio.
Adam Petronio, aye.
David Vieira, aye.
Chris Zora, aye.
Justin Sullivan, aye. Welcome, Mr. Monaghan. Good luck. Okay, item B, consider the conditional offer of employment to Laura Majid to the position of part-time kennel worker. Do I-
So
So moved.
Second.
All right,
Dawn's
Mr.
recommendation.
Kadim,
Mr. Chairman, I'll turn it over to Animal Control Officer Russo to just speak. Her and Sharon, along with Carol, sat in on the interviews for the kennel worker position, so I know they have some items they want to speak to.
Good evening, Mr. Kadim, members of the Board of Selectmen. After conducting interviews, our candidate for the position of part-time kennel worker is Miss Laura Majid. She has several years' experience volunteering with a local municipality in their shelter, and she has also assisted them with fundraising events as well. She's worked with exotics at a local animal sanctuary. This is also helpful to our organization because we get them as well. In addition to her skills as a kennel worker, she has a BA in English and is proficient in Microsoft Office. I believe this candidate has many skills to bring to the table. She's someone I would like to welcome as part of our team. I would like to ask that you consider Ms. Majid for employment for the part-time kennel position.
Mr. Chairman, my recommendation is that we offer a conditional offer of employment to Laura Majid to the position of part-time kennel worker.
thank you. Are there any questions? I'm sorry, Ms. Russo, maybe I missed that. Just a quick question with regards to background here. Currently at Ocean State Job Lot, what was the reasoning, or what's her current reason for leaving?
At Ocean State Job Lot?
I'm assuming the commute.
Yeah, this is only a part-time position, so she's probably gonna stay there as well.
Got it.
She didn't make any mention of her leaving that position.
Okay,
This
because
is
it
only
was
a-
scratched out, so, and we couldn't contact the employer, so that's why I was,
Yeah, this is just a Sunday, Monday position.
okay. All right. Very good. I have no other questions. There are no others. Okay, can I have a roll call vote, please? Starting with you, Mr. Petronio.
Adam Petronio, aye.
David Viera, aye.
Chris Zora, aye.
Justin Sullivan, aye. Okay. Item C, budget discussions. Tonight we have Dr. Drolet, Ms. Brilliant, and Ms. Sluter from the school committee coming to talk to us with regards to the upcoming fiscal year school budget proposal. Dr. Drolet, thanks for coming tonight.
Thanks for having me. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. And I'll go ahead and floor is yours if you'd like to.
Great. Thank you, everyone. And with me on behalf of the school department is Kim Sluter, the school committee chair, and also Jill Brilliant, the school business administrator. So if you wouldn't mind giving me a few minutes, I'll go through the presentation. And then if you have any questions at the end, I did share these documents with the Finance and the Finance Committee and the Board of Selectmen about a week ago. So if you give me a minute, I'm just going to share my screen now. All right, can you see this document, Mr. Sullivan?
Yep.
All right, so this just gives an overview of our FY22 budget process to date with our budget calendar. Here we are on St. Patrick's Day, March 17th, and we're giving the presentation. Our school presented this preliminarily to the school committee a couple times, and they should vote on this FY22 budget at Monday's March 22nd school committee meeting. Just here's an overview of district resources, revenue resources, which total about $3.6 million outside of the $30 million school budget, just other revenue sources. We are proposing 6 new positions in our school department budget, primarily to reduce class sizes, and I'll go over these positions in a little bit more detail and show you some data in a minute. These 6 positions would total about $400,000, or about half of our increase. Some increases, some notable increases, $10,000 or more from FY21 to FY22. Transportation for homeless students as well as special education students. Homeless, 33,000, special education transportation going up 116,000. Also $22,000 for consult services for special education and $30,000 for summer programming for special education. We've done a lot with technology and digital learning. I'll get into that in a couple minutes, but there's just some increases here, 14,000 for software and 34,000 for network contracted services. At the high school, we're getting some new instructional materials for science, software as well, and athletics are going up in those amounts. Just to highlight on technology, what we've done in the past couple of years, especially, we have gone one-to-one as a school district. So every student has a new Chromebook pretty much. We've refreshed teacher computers, so teachers also have updated computers. We've phased out old smart boards and are replacing them with interactive panels. We're doing that at the elementary level. By the end of this year, all elementary classrooms should have those. We've added technology support for live streaming, things like speakers, additional computers, and amplification headsets for teachers this year. And we've gotten new software platforms. And also, we're starting to work on now creating maker spaces at each school and refreshing our infrastructure. We've increased our bandwidth from about half a gig to 2 gigs now. And again, new software platforms. I did want to mention at the fall town meeting, which should be here at the end of March, we are going in front of the town to ask for $350,000, and we do appreciate your support. This is key to building a specialized program for 18 to 22-year-old students who we are required to educate as part of the law and their individualized education programs who do not graduate and need continued services. This would build out the program during the 21-22 school year, and we would welcome students July 1st of 2022. Overall, we're asking for a 3% increase from the town. If you see here from FY21 to FY22, we have $61,000 in increased Chapter 70 state funding, and we're asking the town for $814,000, really $876,000 total, because Chapter 70 goes to the town. So going from 29.2 million to just under 30.1 million. I will share next, I know I won't go through the whole 7-page budget narrative here, but I do want to share, in context, the budget with COVID-19. We have spent about $2 million, which was unbudgeted for COVID expenditures. For example, we've had to pay for more buses, additional costs for cleaning supplies, custodial services, new PPE equipment, trailers to store furniture, to make more indoor classroom space. We've got outdoor tents for the fall and the spring, equipment to improve air quality and ventilation, a lot of additional costs for new staffing and long-term subs, as well as technology and software and hardware. We had to manage and pay for and create a virtual learning academy for about 10% of our students who chose to learn from home this year as well. Thankfully, with grant funding, we have received close to that total amount. Besides state and federal grant funding, I do want to highlight, thanks to the town's collaboration and generosity, we have received $840,000 filtered through the town and federal grant money, which helped us with these PPE expenditures. We're also optimistic in FY22 that there should be additional federal funding that should be COVID related. We haven't received those exact numbers yet. So we are preparing for a typical school year. Thankfully, tomorrow I'll be announcing a plan for all students to be back to school within the next few weeks, full time, 5 days a week. We're excited to announce that. The new position, this budget primarily is looking to attain making strides towards goals in reducing class sizes, special programming and courses at Seekonk High School, and continuing with technology, integration and digital learning. I will just quickly click on, we do have a 3-year district strategy for improvement. And we have updated it this year to add goals around increasing equity, diversity, inclusiveness for students and staff, and also improving remote learning, as these are 2 needs that have come up in the past year. Next, I will highlight the, I do want to say that I want to thank and acknowledge the following individuals and groups for collaborating so well with the school department. That includes the school committee, town administrator, Mr. Kadim, Board of Selectmen, Finance Committee, Capital Improvement Committee. I believe our collaboration has strengthened as I'm moving well into my 3rd year now as superintendent. So again, as highlighted in the last slide from the PowerPoint, this recommended budget addresses our greatest needs while trying to be responsible. So we're requesting a 3% increase from the town, which is again reflected here. I'll get into those 6 positions now. The classroom teachers, the elementary classroom teachers, these show our class sizes. So we're attempting to add at Aitken Elementary School, if you look here in yellow and blue, a 4th kindergarten teacher, a 4th third grade teacher, a 4th grade teacher, and a 4th 5th grade teacher. If we did not add these teachers, our class sizes in 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade are at the low 30s and high 20s. We've made strides over the past few years, and this will almost complete adding a 4th classroom teacher at each grade level at both Martin and Aitken Elementary Schools to reduce class sizes. This is especially important because the reason they're being added at Aitken is we are redistricting, so about 60 to 70 new students will be shifting from Martin to Aitken. Also, we've added more positions at Martin over the past few years, but this NESDEC enrollment projections shows this year we're about 2,075 students And we are projected by 2030 to go up to 2,700 students in the district, particularly at the elementary level to start. So adding these positions is important, not just to reduce class sizes now, but to deal with the projected increases in enrollment as our enrollment should go up. Next, I will share that the high school English teacher, over the past several years, we have lost 2 English teachers at the high school, and we've been forced to cut AP English Lit. Electives such as drama and journalism, film and fiction, creative writing have been reduced to 1 semester each or cut. English class sizes at the high school in our English classes are also the highest in all departments. We're looking to add an English teacher at the high school. Also, we're looking to add a world language teacher at the high school. The world language, we added world language at the middle school, I think about 4 years ago. And now as it's rolled up to the high school, we have 4 world language teachers and we need a 5th. We need to go from 20 to 24 sections of world language at the high school to get it through level 5 so that students can take Spanish and Portuguese up through the highest level, level 5, as they can get through level 1 at the middle school. If we were able to add more positions, we have them listed 7 through 10. We're not advocating for that in the budget, but if we were able to do so internally, or if we get additional funding, we would go with a special education teacher at the high school, also at Aiken Elementary School, and a district-wide speech language pathologist assistant and occupational therapy assistant. I just want to quickly talk about capital improvement needs now. We did meet, as highlighted in this paragraph, in December. I'm not sure, December 7th, we met with the Capital Improvement Committee. I think a couple members are attendees tonight. We do have a 3-year plan. So I'm going to click on this link now and just share briefly the capital improvement plan, which you all should have copies of. There's the main thing for this year, which has been postponed, is the 18 to 20 funding for the 18 to 22-year-old transitional program. Also the 5 items listed for FY22: clean and seal the concrete masonry units at Martin and Hurley Middle School. And then you'll see replace the heating system at the middle school, paving and curbing at Martin and the high school, and replacing old clock paging systems at all schools. I do want to just point out, replacing the heating system is a big number, $6,430,000. The middle school is our oldest building. It has old steam heating. And I'll just share some pictures. We probably spent, I think, close to $200,000 this year with patching it up. Described here is the 18 to 22-year-old program with some pictures of what it would look like. But I'll just go to some pictures of the middle school. So the middle school heating system, you know, there's a hole there and a pipe that we patched up this year. Some other pictures that show some work that we've had to do this year to keep the heating system just going through the winter. And we've had, you know, flooding in the music room there, as there's leaks in the pipes and such. So this is a priority that we will apply for MSBA funding to replace the heating system once they open that in late April. However, this is a discussion we should have no later than summer, fall with the town about next steps in terms of the heating system at the middle school, or perhaps the town, with all of our buildings being over 50 years old, perhaps the town might be interested in pursuing a new school building. But the capital improvement items are not in our budget. I just wanted to highlight that we've worked with the Capital Improvement Committee, and we do have a 3-year plan, and these are the 5 items in the FY22 school year. And then just to conclude, looking forward to the following school year for FY23, we have reduced out-of-district special education costs, so that's why we continue to add, also to bring students back to Seekonk. where they should be in their home district. We're planning to develop specialized programming for this 18 to 22-year-old program. We do anticipate that would save us, starting in FY23, about $200,000 each year. This last graphic just shows that we have, over the past 3 years, reduced the number of students who we do, on average, pay $90,000 to $100,000 for to send out of district. We have reduced that number from 40 to 30 last year. It's back up to 32 or 33 students as we've had some additional students move in. But our goal is to get that down to 20 students within the next few years as we continue to add special programming. So I did want to highlight that, as that is a big chunk of our budget, about $3 million for out-of-district placements, which we need to fund and pay for. So I will, that concludes me talking about and going over some of the documents that were shared with you. At this time, I'll stop sharing the screen, and if there's anything Mrs. Sluter, the school committee chair, wants to share, Ms. Brilliant, school business administrator, that I didn't cover, feel free to share, or open it up for questions, comments from the Board of Selectmen or anyone else.
I have a quick one if they don't have anything. Just, it was on that last slide you had, but I'll wait to see if they have anything they wanted to add.
Let's let the school go, and then we'll kind of go around the horn with the board here.
Is there any, oh, sorry, is there anything, Kim or Jill, that you wanted to mention that I didn't cover thus far? Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Andrade.
Okay.
So
Or
the
go ahead,
question I
Mr.
had was on that last graph that you showed, where you showed the reduction. Do you have a correlation as to what the savings were in terms of after accounting for increased expenses for staff or anything that goes along with that?
That's a good question. I could get those numbers. Yes. So, for example, we do have to add staff to add programming. So for FY23, you will see we will add a special education 18 to 22-year-old teacher and teacher assistant, and maybe a job coach or someone that would drive the students to their job placements. We will need to budget and pay for that first, and then we will have the program created. So in the first year of creating a new program, it's even, or we may even spend more to add new staff. And if we only bring back, let's say, 2 students, and we're spending over, $150,000 on staff, we might not be making the money back. But over time, we plan to build this 18 to 22-year-old program to accommodate, up to 7 to 10 students. So that over time will is where the savings are. We did add in the past 2 school year, especially FY18 and FY19, special education teaching staff to help reduce those numbers.
But can you bring up that graph that you had up?
Sure. Let me just share the screen again and bring it up. The one that showed the number of students?
The number of students.
Sure.
I mean, the line graph from 17 to
Yes.
21.
All right, here it is.
So you went in that graph from 40 to 30 students between 2017, 18 to 2019 and 20. Are you able, so that's 10 students. Are you able to put together, and I understand the more students you get, the more expenses will maybe even out, or if not, go into the black, so to speak. But are you able to give a cost benefit analysis on those 10 students that were out of district and are now in district? Because it would be good to know if 10 is the break point or 5 is the break point, and so we could just see.
Yeah, so basically we added some programming. For example, at Martin Elementary School, we added flex programming. Keep in mind, it's not always bringing students back who are out of districts. It's actually oftentimes preventing students from going out of district if we can build and have that program in place so we keep them here and they don't go out. But I could try to put together a cost benefit analysis starting from the 2017-18 school year about what we paid to add staff and then how many students we were able to bring back and what that saved.
But I don't even think you need to go into just students we brought back, to your point. If we
Right.
prevented students from going out, that would have been an expense. So I wouldn't just narrow
Yeah.
the field to people that came in.
Correct.
I would say if we didn't have these programs, these are the students that would have been out of district. This would have been the number. We have the programs in place, and this, after expenses, this is the savings or cost. We haven't hit a break even yet.
Right.
If I could just add to what Mr. Andrews, so
Mr. Petronio.
yeah, Dr. Drollet, on the average, now I understand that each student has different costs associated with them when they go out of district. So how much does it cost the town or school, therefore the school, for on an average for the number of students to go out of district?
So it does vary greatly. On average, I think we spend around $3 million to send about 30 students out of district. So on average, that'd be about $100,000 per student. Some students, it's as low as $50,000 to $60,000. Some students in out of district residential placements where they live there and might have a one-to-one nurse or nurse's aides. We have a couple of students that are higher than $200,000 to $300,000. So it varies, but on average, 100,000.
So to Mr. Andrews' point, the cost savings analysis would therefore be, just to use the 10 number from the line chart, if we reduce the number of students that are going out of district by 10 by providing this program, and it's worth 300,000,
Right.
that's 300,000 in staff that's paid for, that's kind of break even. Is that a fair assumption, like using whole numbers?
Correct. And to build this next program, which would be in the FY23 school year, the 18 to 22-year-old program, we anticipate about $200,000 for staff to begin the program. So if as long as we were able to bring back 2 to 3 students, it would at least break even, or we would start to save. We've also, this population is where we have the most. We do, I think it's about 8 to 10 of our out-of-district students are in that 18 to 22 range.
And also, to be clear on this population of students, once they go out of district, there is no statutory or mandatory obligation for them to return to district. Is that correct?
That is correct. It would be a team decision, which includes their parent if they were to return.
So this is more preventative from them going out of district in the first place.
It really is. So we have some students that we know would work well if we were to able to create an 18 to 22-year-old program at our high school. We already know those students.
Okay.
And have them in district.
And that plays an important understanding whether or not this program holds value. Okay.
I wouldn't use the term value. I'd say if it's viable, right? I mean, there's systems that are systems that are currently in place. And over the years, we've repeatedly heard that this approach that the school department is taking, and don't misconstrue my questions. The point of my questions is to help bolster the argument that's been made over the last 4 to 5 years that we need to start bringing these students in to realize the savings. So if we can illustrate that, and even if we're not at that point yet, and all we have done is brought 10 students back or prevented 10 students from going out, even if we haven't broken even yet, it doesn't mean it's not successful. We can almost be there or be on the cusp. It would be good to know what that looks like.
Right. I think that's all very fair. And I did that mostly for anyone watching is to understand the purpose and intent.
Right.
I've got one more, but we can circle back. I see Mr. Vieira has his hand up.
Dr. Drolet, in fairness though, and maybe I missed something, you really haven't had a full year experience with these students in-house, correct?
Are you talking about students in that age range, the 18 to?
That's correct.
That is correct. For the history of CCONC, they've been sent out of district.
Right. So in fairness, I mean, to kind of hold your feet to the fire with the numbers that you've put out there really wouldn't be fair. And I use that term kind of, slang term there, hold your feet to the fire. I didn't mean anything by it. But again, I think next year at this time, you'll be able to answer that question, obviously, with a lot more of experience and firmer numbers, correct?
Well, we wouldn't start the program till 2022-23 school year, but we would
Oh,
have
right.
we would have identified students that would be starting the program by this time. Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. I mean, we want to be fair with the program as well. Give it a chance. I mean, rather than just say, "Oh, it's not working," let's obviously go back to shipping students out.
No, listen, I think Mr. Andrade and Mr. Petronio had a good point here, right? And it's, it's about making sure we're establishing a baseline for the public to understand. I mean, there's some members of the, of our residents that are following the school committee closely and what you guys are doing and throughout all these programs. And then there are those that aren't quite aware of why we're making this level of investment. Obviously some of us do, we've been following you and, understand why you're doing it and that it's a projected long-term savings, for the district and there may not realize that benefit right away, but it's going to help the district and help the town over the course of the next 3-4 years. So once you get these programs up and running, you just have to be patient with it and understand that we're making that investment. So I certainly get that.
And I think the one thing to add to that is I'm not focusing on the 18 to 22. I'm saying we're based on that graph and then the statistics there, we have a baseline where we can already start developing those things. So
Correct.
Knowing that 18 to 22 is not in place is fine. It just will further bolster that 18 to 22 program.
Yeah, and I think probably to that, I mean, one of the questions that I had in going through the pre-reads here, Dr. Relay, was, how I guess with the loss of the close to 10 students that you've had now out of the out-of-district placements, our cost per student has to be, I guess, coming down in terms of what it's costing us to educate. Do you are you tracking that over the last 3 to 5 years and how that is improving? I mean, given the significant impact of bringing 2 or 3 kids back,
It
at
varies.
50 to 100K per, I mean, it should be helping that number, right?
Yeah, I mean, one other thing I want to mention, it's just the right thing to do also. And I'll before I answer your question, is it all right if Kim Sluter chimes in?
Yeah, I was going to get to her. Yeah.
Oh yeah, but I will say that before Kim speaks, that it's hard to track because it's so different student to student, year to year. We could have students move in and it changes things, but it's in terms of year to year, we also do build in a 5% increase every year for special education out of district because those costs do rise exponentially sometimes or higher than other costs.
Okay, Ms. Sluter.
Dr. Drolet, I think you were just about to go down this path, but I just wanted to, for the public to, for everyone to be reminded about how this is a win-win for our community, in that right now in our discussion, we're talking about the cost benefit analysis and the budget side of it. But for our residents that are educated outside of our community because we can't service them by bringing these programs in place, it really is what's best for those families to have their kids, the students, educated with their neighbors in their neighborhood school with the kids that they know and see after school and on the weekends. And I think you were about to speak to that, Dr. Drolet, when you were saying it's what's best for kids. And I just wanted to make sure to remind everyone how it's not just a financial gain, but it's a community gain for us as well.
Yeah, point. Okay, does anybody else have any other questions?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Mr. Petronio.
So, Dr. Dorelli, in your presentation, you talked about the ESSER 2 grants and a lot of the grant money that is carrying over. You indicated that it carries over to fiscal year 22. The ESSER 2 in particular is like about 640K. I'm just curious on the execution of those funds and carrying over to fiscal year 22, how much of that money, that grant money is left, and what's the quote unquote rules when it comes to the grant money, because all grant money comes with rules.
Yeah, so fortunately, I'll let Ms. Brilliant answer that question in terms of it rolling over. We are going to be able to use it, I believe, for the next 2 years. There's also another grant coming, called the American Rescue Plan grant, but Ms. Brilliant, go ahead.
Sure. So we are receiving the 642,000 ESSER 2. We are going to apply for it in July. It does go until FY23 of June. In June for the FY23 school year. We haven't used any of it yet. We are going to be using it for compulsory services, PPE, things of that nature, long-term subs if needed. It's basically the same type of items that we have been funding for a year now. It's just going to help us for the next 2 years. We also received a Corona Prevention Fund grant. We've received the first payment in February. We're receiving another one in April. That grant was $77,000, and that's pretty much almost spent due to bringing kids back for the cost for distancing and things of that nature. So that's what those grants are made to help fund budgets, because it's unexpended items that we didn't even have in our budget.
Okay.
As I shared with Mr. Kadim too, we do anticipate being able to give the town back more money this year, at the end of the school year as a result of some savings or surplus funds. But it is good to know that these grants are going to be 2-year grants, and they can't be used for staffing or personnel, really.
So in the infrastructure build outs, the information technology in particular, because obviously the burden has increased tenfold due to COVID. So I noticed, you went up from a half gig to 2 gigs in bandwidth, which, some may understand that or may not. 2 gigs of bandwidth for the large number of students and teachers that are on your network, to me still seems small. Are these grants designed to help improve your IT technology?
I don't have our IT director here tonight, Ms. Terrell, but we do believe the 2 gigs, we basically quadrupled what we had at 0.5, and we haven't had any issues with it. It's been working quite well. Also, some of our monies on technology has been on increasing security, cyber security. So, with surplus funds that we've had over the past 2 years is where we've been able to purchase a lot of our technology, hardware, and software upgrades.
I got 2 more questions, and I promise
Go ahead.
I'll end it. All right, so on your capital improvement list of items, I might have missed it in the reading. Just where are you looking for those items to get funded from? Perhaps Mr. Kadim could also help me out on this.
Yeah, so the one fall town meeting coming up was actually a FY21 capital improvement item. The next 5 we've identified for FY22, we do not have in our budget. So we'll continue to talk to the capital improvement committee to see during FY22 if the number 1, for example, the cleaning and the concrete masonry, if that could be funded with capital improvement. But those we do not have in our budget.
Can I stay on that real quick, Dr. Drolet? With regards to the heating at the middle school, and the $6 million price tag on that, you had kind of given us a little bit of a hint that it was going to need to be done a while ago, and looks like we're getting there. You're going to apply for an from an MSBA grant on this. I guess, are you looking to get town support once you get verification that of what you can get from that grant, whether it's a partial or full? Are you anticipating to get full, or how does that look? And are you thinking that this is going to come up in the fall?
Ms. Brilliant, do you want to speak to that? The MSBA funding, if we were to get it, it probably wouldn't be for at least 5 years. But Ms. Brilliant can speak to that.
Sure. We are going to apply in April. The problem is you don't know if you will be accepted. So it's not a given that they will fund. So it's kind of like throwing the dice and seeing if we're going to be afforded that opportunity for them to, pay a percentage like they did with the Aiken windows.
And
So,
typically it's not more than what, 50%?
right, we got 52.69% for the Aiken windows. So the town's still going to have to fund something.
Some portion of it.
So
There's an
even if
important thing that goes with that Ms. Brilliant may be able to clarify as well. If you engage in the work ahead of time, you can't go retroactive to get that money funded.
Correct.
Yeah.
So if it's 5 years out for MSBA funding, for instance, and the award is given in 4 years and we did the work in 3 years,
You can't go backwards.
we can't get any money back. So is this system in a condition where if we are going to be applying for MSBA funding, it can be patched until we know yay or nay?
Well, with Mr. Roy, I'm sorry, we're hoping that we can continue patching.
Okay.
Our fingers are crossed for that. I guess the conversation would be, does the town want to fund a $6 million, project heating, or would it be more prudent to go for another school? I think that's where the conversation that
Yeah,
will
and
drive
you-
wherever we go.
And you
can
said
speak
this
for
year's
myself.
cost, I'm sorry,
I was
Mr.
just gonna
Andrade?
say, I can speak for myself. I've always been a proponent of if there's state funding available and we can identify it ahead of time and apply for it. This is gonna come out and it's not meant as a knock, right? But it would have been great if this was applied for 3 years ago and we could have been in the queue to now within right now. And that's not meant as a knock, guys. I know that we've been working through MSBA and applying for it, and even with the Aiken project, right? It's kind of been a reshift in focus since Superintendent Drolet has come onto board, because we even started bringing it up prior to you coming on board, and that's when it really started getting implemented, right? So that's why the question comes in. I know I'm a proponent of always trying to get that grant money and reducing the burden on the taxpayer. The catch-22 is, can the system be duct taped together until that point?
Yeah. And I think you said it costs about 200 to 250 this year to kind of do the duct tape and Band-Aids.
Correct.
So.
Just
okay,
as a
Mr.
reminder, sorry, they don't make the parts for the system anymore. So we're
Right.
spending that
Yeah.
kind of money because we have to get the parts actually manufactured to replace.
Right.
Gotcha.
And we
Just a
are using
reminder.
our additional monies in the budget to fund this. So it's, again, the capital that's where a lot of the money is going as well.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Vieira, you have your hand up?
I have a question as it relates to the Band-Aid effect. And I'm all for the Band-Aid effect as long as it doesn't obviously hinder the learning of our students. If they're going to be disrupted because a classroom doesn't have heat or something of that nature, I'm not one that likes to just spend money for the sake of spending money. But if it's something that's got to be done and we're doing the Band-Aid thing to try to get by for 5 years, 5 years is a long time. Anything that's of a dire need or dire emergency, I just assume see us fix it now and cut our losses and then continue to go for the grant. I realize if it's something we fix now, we can't apply for the money retroactive and all that other good stuff, but I don't want to put the kids in jeopardy. I mean, they've been disrupted long enough now. I don't want to continue down that road if we can help it. That's just me.
I agree with you, Dave. I do. And to your point, a cost value analysis kind of needs to be done to turn back and say, it's going to cost $6 million. We can potentially get 50, 51, 52% funding. So that leaves the taxpayers at $3 million, right? And that's today's dollars. That project 5 years from now is not going to cost $6 million.
Right.
If 5 years from now, it's going to cost 7 or 7.5.
Right.
Right. Now the taxpayers are going to be on the hook for closer to $4 million. Right. Plus, we've been paying $1 million over that 5 year period. So is it worth it?
But what I've been hearing tonight is our schools, which I'm well aware of 50 years old or older, and we're having trouble, obviously, getting the parts for the heating systems and so on and so forth now. If we would have fixed those heating systems, what we need to fix immediately now, we wouldn't have to worry about it again, probably. Hopefully anyway. So, I'd be all for figuring out what needs to be done immediately and getting it done and apply for the grant anyway. And if, it costs us $1.5 million, $2 million, whatever it costs us to not disrupt the kids, and I know I'm repeating myself, I'd rather do it that way than rely on a grant that we may not get anyway.
Yeah, but I think there's a broader point that was brought up with, by Dr. Drolet, which is, along with that $6 million price tag and 5 years is what are we doing with the school building and the school's needs, right? So we could go ahead and spend the $6 million today, but then how do you turn around and say, all right, well, we just spent $6 million and now we're going to go spend another whatever for an additional building or an additional structure, and then we're hitting up the taxpayers for even more money. So I think there needs to certainly be a careful study to it and make sure that we, that we're making the right course. If it means, it's a roll of the dice whether or not we're going to get it in 5 years and the system's not going to, make it that long, then, we need to take action, so be it. But if we think that we've got a need and maybe we can continue this patchwork approach, not that it's ideal and hopefully, not too disruptive, till we get a bigger view, I think that's that's probably the better approach than just kind of jumping in, spending $6 million for
Right,
it.
but I'm talking about getting fixed what is an emergency type situation, and I'll use that term, rather than try to do the Band-Aid effect and hope it works and so on and so forth. But with that being said, even if we wait the 5 years and we don't get the grant, or we do get the grant, if we're going to build new schools anyway, which I know is inevitable, I mean, we can't get around it. They're over 50 years old, some of them. We're not going to build those in a year anyway. So you're talking about 2, maybe 3 years out beyond the 5. So now you're getting closer to 10 years. So, I mean, is $6 million, and I'm not saying we should reach in our pocket for the $6 million, but let's, again, as you're saying, let's get into it. Let's see what has to be fixed right away. And let's get it done without applying for grants and all this other good stuff. Let's just.
Yeah, I beg to differ on that one, especially when you're throwing a new school into the mix, because then that's truly where the cost value and benefit analysis needs to be done. Because if you're talking about a new school and going out for MSBA funding to try and do a new school within the next 8 years, right, or whatever that timeline is, then it makes the sense all day long to patch that system for 8 years at $200,000 a year, because now you're spending $1.4 million or $1.6 million versus the $6 million. You can use that money towards the new school because we're gonna have a new school, right? So exactly. It's a moving dynamic that we need to first identify what or the schools need to identify, right, or both of us, where that new building, if that new building is in play, and when.
Right.
Yeah. And I think the schools aren't saying, hey, we fix what needs to be fixed. I think it all needs to be fixed.
Right.
That's where we're at. So it's $6 million, or hopefully it only costs us $200,000 next year, and and that's all it is. Maybe it's $300,000 or $400,000. I don't know. Right. That's certainly the risk that we take, doing it. Hopefully it's no more, no less, until we can figure out what the bigger picture is. But it's not just kind of throwing over $2 million at this. So
but I also understand that, we're talking about building a new school. So obviously we need to, be conscious of that. And, we're applying for grants, so we need to be conscious for that. And I know everybody here realizes it, but let's not forget, we're talking about a heating system. Okay, so if a heating system goes down, the kids are disrupted. There's nothing you're going to do to obviously make up for no heat in the building, except to find a way of getting heat into the building, which in some cases, and David Andrew, you can probably speak to this better than I can, in some cases, that could be more expensive than us trying to fix properly what needs to be fixed instead of a Band-Aid effect. That's all. I just, again, I know I'm repeating myself, but I don't want the kids disrupted any more than what they've already been disrupted.
Yeah.
Not if we can help it anyway.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vieira. So I'm going to go around real quick. I got Ms. Sluter with her hand up, and then after that, I'm going to go to Mr. Petronio, and then I'll go to you, Mr. Andrade.
I was just going to say that I appreciate this conversation, and I think where this is going to lead us as we're doing our long-term planning is we're finishing up the Aiken project, and likely you'll see this fall some type of committee coming before the town to form a committee that includes all the stakeholders, including community members, to really vet what our options are for long-term planning overall for school building needs. So I do hope that people will join that committee to have this type of lively discussion and research done at that time.
Certainly. Mr. Petronio.
So I did have one more item I was going to bring up, but we've kind of danced around it. Staying on the HVAC topic, the schools right now for the HVAC system in question, that's obviously a very important component when it comes to, I'm forgetting the acronym, but basically there's a certain amount of movement of air that needs to occur to mitigate the risks of COVID and viruses. Does that system currently, even with the Band-Aid approach, meet the needs of the school?
Ms. Brilliant, I don't know if you want to talk about
that's a
the
loaded
work we
question.
did.
I can speak on
We
it.
did some work this summer and fall with the dampers and the filters and the air purifiers, but Ms. Brilliant, do you want to take that one?
Yes, all the buildings are working efficiently, and the HVAC airflow was addressed. All the buildings are in compliance. We replaced actuators. I can't get into all the things that they replaced because I don't remember off the top of my head, but
I just want to make sure that the due diligence been paid.
100%. It was
At least in the short term, the needs are being met to keep our population safe. That was the major concern, so that alleviate that. The second part of my question was all of the construction costs that are there, and this is going to be going into that further discussion that we have later. A lot of them, I'm a firm believer the school system is responsible for teaching the kids because that's your primary mission. When it comes to construction and stuff like that, I know we have building committees and it's, decisions are made, and I have no problem on the budget side. I just want to bring it back to the boards through you, Mr. Chairman, figuring out what our mechanics and options are in order to find solutions for building costs and structures, because that is obviously a town issue.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I mean, we've been talking with that. I know Mr. Andrade's even brought it up too, this even guidelines for building committees and understanding purview and what they need to collect. So
that was
all kind of goes hand in hand there.
And even from a funding standpoint, that's where that municipal, not municipal, the building and infrastructure fund was set up for, is
right.
to.
Right.
I know it's not helping us now because everything's coming before us right now, but
soon.
Right, 20 years from now, hopefully we're as long as it's continued to be funded, we should be sitting in a completely different scenario.
Yeah,
right.
I just wanted to make sure we didn't lose sight of that in the conversations.
Yeah.
Right. That's it for me.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Petronio. Mr. Andrade.
So I've got a couple questions on the new proposed positions, and I lost Dr. Droulet there for a minute when he was referring to the English teacher positions, and were those, and with retirements, you said retirements, correct?
I believe one English teacher who retired was never replaced a few years ago, same with world language. And we also lost a point for English teacher when our old former athletic director, Mr. Crippen, retired because he taught part-time. So right. I believe we're trying to go from 6 to 7 English teacher positions at the high school, and we have 7 in all other departments such as math, history, and science.
So is that a function of the position not being filled or having been removed from the budget?
It was
that.
essentially removed from the budget through not replacing people that have left. At
I'm
the time,
confused by that statement.
well, for example, if we had 7 teachers and 1 left or retired, not replacing or filling that position, so now we have 6.
But it wasn't removed from the budget is what my question was focused on.
I don't know when that would have happened, not the dollar amount per se, or it could have been
Correct.
replaced with another position, right?
Maybe let me see if I can explain what I'm getting at. Like right now, our fire department is funded for 40 individuals. I believe we're at 38. Am I correct in that statement?
Yeah.
The budget line item is still funded for 40. So at the end of the year, we have the funds left over for 2 positions that were never filled. So my question is the budget that was developed last year, did it included all of the positions for teachers, correct or incorrect?
It did not include the English teacher that Dr. Drolet is referring to put into FY22. It
So
was removed a lot of years ago.
So that position was basically removed from the budget, never funded.
Correct.
And now you're looking to bring it back in.
Well, this was even before we came to CCONC. So this
No,
was.
I understand.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. So when did Mr. Crippen retire, for instance?
He was 2 years ago, and he was the .4 position, but the other full English and world language positions was previous to Ms. Brilliant and my arrival 3 years
Yep.
ago, I believe.
So then that following budget after his retirement, what you're telling me is that position, that .4 was removed, and instead of having your budget built around 5.4, it was built around 5. Is that accurate?
Sure. Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Okay, because that's what I'm looking to confirm.
Mhm.
So we're not taking what I'm asking the question for is we're not in a situation where you budgeted for 6.4, currently due to retirements only have 4, and then now we're adding another one, so you're going to be at 7.4, right? That's what I'm getting at.
Correct. That's
Okay,
right.
that's what I'm trying to make sure.
Mhm.
Thank you.
You said you had a second part, or are you good?
No, I was just trying to figure out because I lost him on that one.
Sort through it on that. Okay. Are there any other questions? I think I had, I'm just going to go through this real quick. Yeah, I've got majority of my questions I'll answer here too. So are there any other questions from any of the other board members?
No, I'm good.
Okay. All right, Dr. Drolet, Ms. Brilliant, Ms. Sluger, thank you very much. Appreciate you guys coming on tonight and presenting the budget. Guess we'll do some follow-up here on a couple of things, but from by and large, appreciate you guys also working within the 3% that was, communicated to you guys. We truly appreciate that. Residents appreciate that. So.
Thank you. We appreciate your support and valuing education, and look forward to meeting you in person next time.
Thank
See you
you.
on the 27th.
One day.
Thank you. Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, folks. Staying on item C with budget discussions, the town budget for FY22 presented by Mr. Kadim last week. Just wanted to have a circle back follow up with the board here to see if there were any additional questions, comments, concerns, any other input, given that you've had some time to digest it a little bit since the last meeting. So with that, I'll just kind of go around, based on my video screen here, I'll kind of go around. Mr. Vieira, do you have any questions with regards to the budget?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Zora, do you have any questions with regards to the budget?
No, I'm good. I reached out to Mr. Kadim to get a few questions answered and clarified. I'm fine. with it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Petronio.
Just to verify, because I closed the document, the education document, the 31 and change that's under the education line matches the presentation we just saw tonight. Mr. Kadeem, to you.
No, theirs is 30.
Yeah, but I
Mr.
think,
Kadeem, you're on mute.
I think Sean had the money for Tri-County and everything else listed on that too.
Sorry about that. So
That might
Yeah.
be. what
the difference you're gonna see at the top line, if you go into the details, you'll actually see it broken out. So that educational line includes the Seekonk Public Schools, the stipend for the school committee, and then also includes Tri-County and Bristol Aggie students.
Okay, and just to help clarify, and help me understand, I know we have to budget with the Chapter 70 funds included first, and then it gets distributed down to the schools. Does this take into account the increase for the Chapter 70 funds we just saw?
Yes. So the way the revenues work is that the school department gets all of the Chapter 70 monies. We get the local aid. We eliminate, then we put in the taxes, local receipts, all that revenue comes in. So once you get the Chapter 70 out, then we subtract the fixed costs associated with the budget. And then the remainder there is a 65-35 split, 65% going to the schools and funding, 35% staying with the town.
Okay, and that's what I was getting at, is I was trying to figure out how we got to the 65 when it looked like closer to 50. All right, thanks. I'm good.
Mr. Andre, do you have anything?
No,
Okay, thank you. I'm all set on my own. So next week, or the next meeting on the 31st, we'll take the proper motions to approve the budgets to go on the town warrant. So okay, Mr. Kadeem, I think that'll solve it on the town budget piece. Again, nice work last week. Obviously minimizes the questions. You were very detailed in what you did, so thank you.
Thank you.
So before we go on to item D, I'd like to take, since it's 7:03, we do have a public hearing listed tonight to start at 7 p.m. for the public hearing for departmental fees. I'd like to take this out of order. Can I please get a motion to take the departmental fees out of order and as the next item?
So
Motion
moved.
to second.
Okay, I need a roll call vote, please, Mr. Petronio.
Adam Petronio, aye.
Dave Viera, aye.
Brazola, aye.
David Anderday.
Justin Sullivan, aye. Thank you. I'd like a motion to open public hearing for departmental fees at 7:04 p.m.
So moved.
Seconded.
Mr. Petronio.
Adam Petronio, aye.
Dave Viera, aye.
Brazola, aye.
David Anderday.
Justin Sullivan, aye. Mr. Kadeem.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as typical and required by the town charter, we have the fees that need to come before you, and the requirement is to hold. And the requirement is to hold a public hearing before April 1st. So we're meeting that requirement. So I'll go down. A good majority of the departments don't have any change. So I'll run through them, and then I'll ask if there's any specific questions for the departments before I move on. I think that might just be the easier way to handle it. So,
Okay, and Mr. Kadeem, just so for the board's edification, so you guys are aware, there are departments that had no changes. So if there are questions with regards to those specific departments, just run them through Mr. Kadeem. I did not ask those particular department heads to hop on the call tonight, but the departments where we do have changes, they should be on. So.
So before I get into this, I just want to thank Carol Ann Daves, the assistant TA, and Bruce, along with the department heads, for really kind of working through this and making sure that they've fully vetted their fees and compared and made some changes where we felt was necessary, but truly just going through and scrubbing it. So with that, we'll start with animal control. So for animal control, the majority of the changes that you see here are just changes due to pass through on costs associated with either medication or the spay and neutering for either cats or the dogs. What I will point out is that when you look at animal control fees board, it looks like it was a reduction that was just reduced to be able to break it out, the boarding charges for canine versus the cats. So the dogs remains $10 for the initial day, and then you'll see the additional boarding charge of $20 per day after the initial 1 day charge. The cats are $3, so that's the difference there. Then we have the new fees in terms of rabbit, neuter, and spay. We do have some individuals that tend to drop off rabbits, but in order to cover the cost for the animals that are leaving here, that we require them to be fixed before leaving. Those are the costs again, which are coming directly through to the vet, passed on as a fee. There are any questions on animal control?
None.
For the most part, they're just minor increases, $2, $1. That's
So is there any reason why all the licensing part of dogs and kennel licenses and stuff is under the town clerk as opposed to animal control? Maybe I just. in my mind, I
That's
don't think they
Yeah,
were-
Massachusetts general law requires you to get licensed. Your
Okay.
pet's licensed through the town clerk.
Fair enough. That's all. I saw animal stuff in the town clerk and it confused me for a second. No worries.
Okay, so moving on, just going to building. A couple changes here. The first change under commercial buildings, it's reinspection fee. So the building department is looking to increase that reinspection fee from $50 to $75 there.
Okay.
And under gas fee schedule, you'll see the residential per fixture and the commercial per fixture. FY21 fee associated with was $16 for residential, 22 for commercial, just making the adjustment to get them both at 25. So there's a $9 increase and then a $3 increase for those. And that's all we have for building.
I just had a quick question on it.
Yep.
So under the residential, it says above ground swimming pool. Does that mean the blow up pools that people went out and bought this year? I know there was a big skyrocket in our pools this summer.
No, I take the above ground pools as the permanent fixtured
Permanent fixtures.
ground. Yeah.
Okay. That's what I thought too, but just clarifying.
All right, Mr. Kadim, on the reinspection going up $25, what was the rationale behind that going up 25?
It's just the amount of time associated with the reinspections and the amount of time they've got to go back out for reinspections and just doing a comparative analysis from other communities as well.
Gotcha. Are we doing a lot, do you know off the top of your head, or?
Yeah. A lot of, sometimes they're either not prepared for the inspection, or when they go back out, there's requirements to constantly keep going back out for, additional inspections on them.
So this either serves as a prohibiting them from doing it, right? Potentially. Okay. That's it for me.
Okay, the next one would be Board of Health. No changes there.
Yep.
Board of Selectmen, not seeing any changes in those fees. Fire Department, just got a couple changes here. The first one is going to be the solar panel radio alarm box. The permit being charged is $50. That's going to be consistent with the FY22 request. There's an inspection fee that's looking to be added of $50 for the panel of the radio box going in. And then if you get to the last page of the fees under flammable, you'll see biennial inspection of a tank truck. The FY21 permit here, and this is going to require an amendment if the board wants to move forward with this. So the FY21 permit fee was $100. So the state has changed what we're allowed to charge for this. Originally, it was $100 per truck that we would inspect. They've now changed it to per location. We're not allowed to charge for the stickers that go on the vehicle. So if you have one location, there may be, 15 trucks. We were able to charge $100 per truck to have those trucks inspected by the fire department. Now we can only charge a specific amount for that location, regardless of how many trucks we're inspecting, and that's coming directly from the state. So here it's saying that the FY22 permit fee was $50 per location. We're actually, based on the information that we received, we're looking to move that and increase that to $100 per location. We've got about 11 different locations that we go out to inspect. So obviously there'll be a reduction in revenues here. On average, what we're seeing every 2 years is roughly about anywhere from $6,000 to $7,000 at that $100 fee. So we'll see a significant reduction every 2 years based on just making the change. So as opposed to what has been submitted, again, what I'd like to do is just make the amendment to include $100 for the FY22 permit fee per location. And then outside of that, those were the only two changes for the fire.
Quick question on that inspection fee. Is $100 what the state allows us, or can that number go higher, or what's the average of what?
Yeah, it can go higher. So that's what we were struggling with internally once we kind of circled back on this. Unfortunately, you've got some locations that only have one truck, and then you've got other locations that have multiple trucks. So, to go in at maybe $250 or $500 because of those locations that have multiple trucks, and you've got a business that only has one, it seemed a little excessive. So I think based on the amount of time that's allotted to go out and do these inspections, I think it was reasonable to kind of have that balance between the larger locations and the small locations to kind of try to still stay business friendly, but recoup some of the costs for providing the service. So that's why we felt the $100 was adequate.
So we got a follow up to that then. I mean, does it allow for us to differentiate between facilities that have multiple vehicles versus one vehicle?
No, it just says per location.
Changing the law, right?
Yeah. And then you got to be careful too when you're doing the fees. There's three different requirements that you've got to meet. One is that the fees can't be generating profit for you, that what you charge a fee for has to be for the service.
Justify the expense.
Right. Because if not, it becomes an illegal tax. The other thing is that they got to be able to opt in or opt out. In this case, if you don't want to pay for the inspection fee, which is being required by the state, then you don't have to provide the service that you're providing. And the third, and I always struggle with the third one, but it'll come to me while we go through the piece. But there's three different. There's a litmus test that you have to meet on the fees. So
let me just throw this at you. So the way that the language is written in the law.
I'm sorry. The third one is the point I was bringing up for you is that you got to be consistent. It's got to be applied consistently across the board.
So I was going to say, you couldn't say one truck versus more than one.
Yeah, so clearly I spaced out the one that I was really leading the intent for this whole thing.
So 100 does seem fair. Does that require us to just have a consensus, or do we have to vote?
At the end, the board's going to have to vote on all the fees. So if somebody wants to make the motion to approve that, we just make it. There's a couple of more amendments that need to take place on.
Yeah. So let's go through that, and we'll make sure when we go through, we'll handle that then. Are there any other questions on fire for anybody?
All right. I do.
Oh, all right, Mr. Vieira.
A couple of questions, Sean. I know we're only talking about $6,000, I think you mentioned, but how does that affect the preparation of their budget? Do we just plan to absorb it, or how are we going to handle the loss in revenue there?
Yeah, we only see these revenues typically every 2 years. The only revenue we see is if there's a new truck coming online. So we see every off year is 300, I think. I believe this is an off year for us, so we won't really see it until next year. But this really just comes in as part of our local receipts anyways, so it's absorbed as part of the overall package.
The other question I have, I know the new fee schedule addresses on-site, meaning obviously we go to their location. In previous years, and I don't know if it's still the same way, we had vendors that would bring the trucks to the fire department where we would inspect them there on our premises. How is that handled? Is it handled like an on-site inspection or?
I want to say on-site, but I'm not 100% certain if it's actually on-site or they're actually just coming to us and we're reviewing it. But let me get that answer for you.
It's not earth shattering. It's just, I just was wondering if they brought it to you, if you could go back to the $100 per vehicle.
Yeah.
Mr. Kadim, if you like, I can probably speak to that, just having
Yep.
gone through the process previously. So typically for the smaller departments that only have 1 or 2 trucks, they have brought it to the fire department for inspection. So the 2 larger companies that have, I believe, anywhere from 10 to 14 vehicles, just for those, because they tend to be more difficult to take the trucks off the road, the captain would generally go out to that location to conduct those inspections.
Okay. So Carol Ann, when they bring the trucks to us, do we charge them per truck or do they get charged just $100 if they've got 2?
Yeah, my understanding is, at least with the language change that just recently occurred, so obviously not speaking to what was done in the past, but
Right.
because of the change to the CMRs,
Right.
unfortunately, regardless of how we conduct the inspection, it's per
Right.
location.
Okay. So we would charge them even if they brought it to us as though we were going to their location.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Mr. Kadim?
Thank you. Just moving on to the collector's office, no changes there. Conservation only has 1 change. That's the very last one, category 11. So category, unfortunately, as the board knows, all these categories, it's not as easy as saying it's for this particular item. The categories, speak to many different areas of inspections that they need to do and things of that nature and requirements. So the easiest way to do this is keep it by category. So the category 11 is just what we're finding, again, going back to the re-inspections for the building department. Ms. Miller is going out and sometimes she's having to go back out multiple times because when they ask for their inspections, they're not ready. They don't have all the documents. So she's constantly going there and obviously wasting resources and time associated with it. So hopefully by having a re-inspection fee, this will, number one, assist with obviously the cost and time associated with these re-inspection fees, but also hopefully try to mitigate or minimize the the times that she goes out and they're not really prepared for the inspections.
Any questions? Okay.
The next one is Parks and Recs. So we've got a couple of changes here. So this is the other department that's going to need some amendments. So if you look at the items, line item 2 and 3, we've got the bus trip fee. When you look at the FY22 amount, it says varies based on costs to run the program. So this was actually Mr. Posey wanted to try to keep this blank. Just circling back with him, I told him that the board has to approve other fees associated with it. So we needed to get a scale because each trip differs depending on where you're going. So we're going to go back to the scale and it's not there. But what we're looking to do is go from on both the bus trip fees for non-resident and resident, $85 to $150. So that'll cover the cost on the different trips. The only difference is that there's an additional $20 charge that is, so if the charge is $85 for residents, there's a $20 charge for non-residents. So that would be the difference on those. So we would just need an amendment just to get the 85 to 150 on those 2 items.
And how would you do the wording for the plus 20 for the non-resident? Because it's 2 different line items.
Yeah, no, that's what we typically do internally for the residents. So that's how we'll handle it in there. So we don't really need to speak to the additional.
Fair enough.
What programs are we running that would actually have a bus trip fee?
Ski program.
Ski program.
Yeah, ski program. They go quite a few times depending on weather permitting and how it's organized.
So we run the ski programs, but depending on what facility they're using, it varies on the price.
Yeah, that's one of the bigger ones. So that came right to the forefront.
The other change is the Cole Street Soccer Complex, and again, as we've improved and worked on our fields, this is for non-resident for the tournaments. FY21, the amount was $110 for the 3 soccer fields, and again, non-residents is what we're talking about for this We're looking to get that to 250 for the 3 fields per day for a tournament. So that's a $140 increase on
That's
that.
more like right size. Because all the non-residents below it, they're 85 each. But that's for like all 3 of them. And if they were getting at 110 for all 3, that's a huge discount as opposed to the 250. So that's more, I talked to Mr. Posey about, that's more to right size that fee so they get less of a steep discount. It just never made sense, and we're just fixing it.
And then the second page of that, the field hockey.
Hold on, wait, one second, Mr. Kadim. I see Mr. Zora's hand up.
No, I'll ask at the end. Let him continue his presentation
Okay.
for the Parks and Rec.
And then the field hockey program fee, non-resident, resident, you'll see the same language there. So we're looking to just carry over the FY21 amount, so $95 and $85 for FY22. The league fee, resident charge of $1.50 per player is being increased, requested to be increased by 50 cents to $2. When you get to the summer program, what we're looking to do is have the summer program at $225 for the non-resident. And then all the other, the other resident one is going to remain the same. The Water Lane field, the 50-70 fields, there was no fee for that one because that field wasn't renovated yet. We've renovated that. So we're looking to get that fee for the use of that field to $85. Then we have the Water Lane lavatory for the tournaments. It was $250 for the use of the lavatories. Looking to increase that by $50 for $300. Water Lane lights per day for the non-resident tournaments going from $20 to $25, so a $5 increase. And that's all we have for.
Did you mention tennis? I noticed you mentioned summer.
Tennis is going to remain the same.
So it's going to be 95 and 85?
Yep.
All right. Mr. Zora, you said you had a question with regards to Parks and Rec.
Correct. So any restroom fee versus the lavatory fee, trying to figure out what the difference is. They both contain a toilet, sink.
I'm sorry, so you're looking for what?
It says any restroom, the 125, but then you go to the lavatory fee of, they're upping it to 300. I'm just trying to figure out what,
Yeah, I think the lavatory fee is that 125 was just for residents. But John, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm just trying to find it.
yeah, it's right at
First,
It's
very
right at the-
first item.
The restroom
John
fee
on?
was, yep, the restroom fee was for the leagues. That's what we usually charge the leagues for use of the restrooms during the season.
Okay. So then when you have
Oh, I see up top.
like the lavatory fees, so that's something different, like resident versus non-resident?
Yeah, so that would be just as I was talking with residents would be just the leagues that typically use the fields on a consistent basis. So then if somebody's coming in to use a tournament, we charge them
Right.
for fields, but we wouldn't charge them for the lavatories. So if there's going to be a tournament, we'll charge them, it would be the 300 is what we'd be looking to do. And the logic behind it is obviously you have a number of people coming in, the maintenance, the cleaning up of it. So
Right. No, that part I understood. John, down at Water Lane, did we ever change all the lights to LEDs when we went through the whole town changing the street lights?
No,
Is that something that those poles are owned by National Grid, correct? Or is that town owned?
I believe everything from the panel in is town owned.
Okay.
My understanding is the town owns all the lights.
Okay.
And they're the old halogen, wait 20 minutes from the heat up type light.
Right. That's what I was getting at. I don't know. That's the last time I was down there. That's what we had. I don't know if we went ahead and changed it. Is that something that we could look into changing in the budget, or National Grid would help us out with that with all their incentives, you think?
yeah, we can take a look. I can have Bruce take a look and have National Grid go out and see what they would cost us or what it would, what the incentive would be to change those lights.
Okay, so I know through the town, I remember you said we saved a significant amount of money. I don't know, something with the field lights, we only put them on every so often, not like a street light, but if we could save something like that, if the cost is versus the savings, it would make sense.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Vieira?
John or Sean, whoever can answer this, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You've heard me ask this question before, I'm gonna ask it again, and listen, I understand the reason for the increase in fees. But John, most of these tournaments and stuff, do they charge the players to play in a tournament?
Yes.
They do. Do you
Usually,
know?
yes.
Okay, do you know what that charge is by any chance? Let me tell you first where I'm going with the whole thing. Obviously, with the pandemic and people obviously not being employed or people not making the money they're used to making, should we be increasing these fees? I mean, we want to obviously support them getting out. They've been cooped up for a year, getting out, playing sports, especially the kids. I think obviously they've missed a whole year in socializing, and their social skills are probably have taken a hit for it. So again, I know we're going up nickels and dimes in most cases, but do we really want to do that in this case, or?
Yeah, so what we're typically increasing here, what you'll see is the non-residents, so the people coming from outside of the community coming in to utilize our fields, and we had talked about this as we start to invest more money in our fields, there's going to be more of a demand to come in for people to come in and use the fields in Seacon from other communities. So that's where the driving force is behind the increases. And obviously, again, also, just the wear and tear associated with the tournaments and making sure that we've got some revenue coming in to maintain the fields to the standards that we've been working on.
Right. I understand that, and I commend you for that. I really appreciate that. And I hope the program will be self-supporting eventually. It'll be a while, I'm sure, but I'm just questioning, obviously, whether this is the time to do it. That's all, because of what we've been through the past year. And, I could be totally in left field. I don't know, but again, I still have some concerns in making it more difficult for people to get out and enjoy some recreation. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Petronio?
So two things. On the fee schedules, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Paz, a lot of these are, especially when we're speaking tournament and resident versus non-resident, these are a lot of them are league rec programs. There's a difference between a rec program and a league program. And that might be an important distinction that we need to make here, is that a lot of rec programs, the cost is absorbed because it's a town-run program. Leagues are formed all the time for various reasons and by various groups. And those are, the residents pay for their kids to participate in those leagues, and they're competitive. And these fees are just to defray the wear and tear on fields and facility usage. They really don't, it's a mitigation. It's not like we make any real money on this. It just mitigates the damage that's done to the fields. I just want to make sure that that point is clear.
Yeah. Okay. Are there any other questions with regards to the fees? Okay. Mr. Kadim, do you have anything else you'd like to add?
Not on Parks and Recs, that was it.
Okay.
So next department was planning. Planning had no changes. Moving on to the police department, the only change there is the yearly change on the tow bids charge from $36 to $37. That was a $1 increase.
Does it make sense to bring that just up to the even 40? Because I know that's paid from, obviously, the cars that get towed.
So I mean, if that's what the board wants to do, we've typically been just going up a $1 increase each year.
Okay.
And that's what that's the state has that, right? Or state regulates that too?
Yeah, so the state regulates what the tow trucks the tow companies can charge for a tow. And then we get a
And that's the fee we get from
Yeah,
them.
an administrative fee that comes directly from them, from those companies.
And the only reason why I said to go up to the 40 was like if your car's in an accident, typically your insurance is paying the tow company anyways. It's not coming out of, they're paying for that. That's why.
But it would cut into the profit margins of the tow companies. I
Right. And so I just want to clarify. So these are the fees for the tow trucks that the police department would call. So if you break down and you call AAA, they don't supply that for us. It's just the ones that are coming out that are on the tow list for the police department.
Oh, okay.
Oh, like repossessions and stuff. Yeah.
Well, it still could be somebody broken down, and if they don't have AAA or the police department calls for the tow truck as opposed to the individual calling, that's where it comes in from.
It depends on whether it's a traffic hazard or not.
Right. Yep.
Right.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, go ahead.
The presentation on the noise and business fees, is that something we're going to exercise for the next time? Remember the presentation that Chief Isabella did? Was it two meetings?
The nuisance.
Oh, the nuisance?
That's going to go to town meeting.
Yeah.
Yes, that's going to come up on the 31st.
And would that appear on a fee schedule such as this, or would that be a separate program?
No, we would have a fee schedule once it's approved. It's got to go through town meeting first, approved by town meeting, and then approved by the Attorney General's office.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify the mechanics of that. Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, the next department is going to be the Department of Public Works. We've got an increase in the annual trash fee. Just as a reminder, the trash services is an enterprise fund, so it's self-sufficient based on the fees that are generated, the revenue that's generated through these fees that we've created. Just in the sanitation budget, we had $17,486 that was increased for the annual collection, and that's year 8 of 10. So that is where you see the reflection of the $2.49. And then you've got the trash bags and the trash bags being increased by 1 penny. And that's to cover the cost associated with the tipping fee. So we had the tipping fee going from $78 per ton to $79 per ton. So that's how you equate what the cost is per bag. You figure out the amount of trash that can go into the bag, divide the tonnage. The average tonnage that we're still maintaining in town is 2,650.
So just, yep.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Sean, I have a question on that. Exactly how much do we collect annually in the enterprise fund for the trash fees?
So it would be to cover the almost the entire budget. There's no additional funds that come in. So the trash fee, there's about, if Bruce is on, I want to say just over 5,000 eligible houses for the trash fee. And then, the trash bags are obviously is
right.
the most equitable way of getting the fee. So it's how many bags you use.
Right.
For the tonnage.
They're like 1.3
My
or
question
something
is,
like that.
Justin, if I can finish, please.
Go ahead.
My question is actually, how much do we collect from those 5,000 households for the enterprise fund each and every year?
Yeah, so it's going to be equating to the $1.3 million in the budget.
Okay, so we collect
Yeah, it's broken up. So the trash fee would be a portion of it, and then
right.
And then
we collect $1.3 million a year.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions on Public Works? Thank you.
Just,
All right.
just so people know, that's one of the fairest things, because when they get their trash bill and they're gonna complain about going up to $2.49, like you said, Sean, every year our contract is going up, so it covers that. There's not a bunch of profit like people think. We're just rolling in money and just charging people whatever we want.
Right.
It's actually self-sustaining.
Mm-hmm. The next department, second to the last, is the town clerk. So there's some minor changes here. The first one is adding a fee called Amendment to Vital Records. That's $25. So what the town clerk has to do is there are people that come in, either death certificates or marriage certificates that need to be changed. So there's no fee that's currently charged for it. But on average, it could equate to maybe 4 hours worth of work. So that's none of that service is really being accounted for. So she's looking to add the $25 for fiscal year 22. And then the perpetual care for the cemeteries for the residents. And this is a one-time fee for somebody buying a lot. Looking to increase it from $200 to $250. It's a $50 increase. And that money goes into the perpetual care account, which is to fund the long-term maintenance of the cemetery. The increase for non-residents going from $400 to $450. Again, a $50 increase there.
Okay. Any questions? Seeing none, Mr. Kadim.
And then the last department is the Zoning Board of Appeals, and they had no changes.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank all the department heads, Carol Ann, for taking all the time that it takes to go through all these fees and make sure that they're, what they have is correct and everything. I know it's a lot of work that goes into it, from everybody. So, thank you very much. And thank you for everybody that hopped on tonight. If there are no other questions from board members, I just want to open it up for any kind of public comment, if we have anybody in the audience at this time. Okay. Caroline, I'm not seeing anybody with their hand raised.
Looks like we have a couple callers. Do you know how to do it? Is it pound
Yeah,
9?
so if you are on the phone and you're looking to raise your hand to speak, you just have to select *9 and it'll allow me to unmute your phone.
Okay. Give them just an extra minute or two here. Okay, I'm not seeing anybody else looking for public comment here. Sean, do we need to do the approval before or after we close public?
After you close.
Okay, so if there are no other questions, can I entertain a motion to close public hearing at 7:38?
So moved.
Second?
All right, roll call, Mr. Petronio.
Madam Attorney, aye.
Dave Viera, aye.
Chris Zora, aye.
David Andrew, aye.
And Sullivan, aye. Okay, Sean, do we need to do this by department or can we approve but with the recommended amendments to for Parks and Rec and Fire Department?
Yep, you can do it that way. You can do
Okay.
it total with the amendments as stated by the town administrator.
Okay, so I'd like to entertain a motion. Can I get a motion from somebody, for approval of the FY22 departmental fees as presented by the town administrator with the recommended amendments for Parks and Rec and Fire Department?
So moved.
Second?
Thank you. Roll call, Mr. Petronio.
Madam Attorney, aye.
Dave Viera, aye.
Chris Zora, aye.
Mr. Andrade?
David Andrew, aye.
Justin Sullivan, aye. Okay, thank you. At this time, I'd like to go back onto the agenda, starting back at item D with presentation of the Department of Public Works facility. Mr. Kadim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just give me 1 second. Just going to do a screen share. All right, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank the board for the opportunity to present this. As the board is aware, we were authorized by town meeting to move forward with a feasibility study for the DPW facilities back in the spring of 2019. I want to thank Dave and Scott, who've worked real close with Bruce at Thornton Group to get this feasibility study put together, and the board does have that in their packet. It is pretty detailed and lengthy report, roughly 80 pages with documentation, things of that nature. So what I ended up doing was really trying to summarize the overall feasibility, obviously not capturing everything that was in the feasibility report here, but just to talk a little bit about the process. So the feasibility study is to really talk about what the needs are for the department and programming needs as well. Just to get a cost estimate of what we think a facility would cost. If this is approved and the board wants to move forward, it would require us to go to town meeting, at which point we would follow a very similar approach to the South End Fire Station, where we went to the town meeting looking to get funding for OPM services and architectural services so that we can begin working on construction documents and a definitive plan as to what the building project would look like. Again, this is all estimated costs. There are obviously general conditions and assumptions that are built in, because without really diving into construction plans and documents, you really don't have an actual detailed sense of what the cost would be. And obviously, the building floor plan, things of that nature, and the requirements and needs are changing, but we tried to capture as much as we possibly can in this report. So Bruce at Thornton Group came on board. They reviewed the proposed building site. They looked at the development of building and site program, looked at schematic design plans and renderings for us, schematic site plan design, and then, as I mentioned before, provided a cost estimate of the total project costs. Before I move forward, we do have Nate here from Bruce at Thornton Group, and then we also have Dave and Scott online as well. So if you folks have questions, they're here, and I'm sure they'll be jumping in at some point during this presentation. So why a new facility? I know the board is fully aware of why we need a new facility. The DPW building was built in 1950 as an auto dealership. It's clearly insufficient for staffing levels, especially our staffing levels that we currently have here. And as the board is aware, or in the public, anybody that has had the opportunity to go to that space, we've got office space that is very tight as it is currently. We've got lavatories that are not split between female and male. So the only unisex bathroom is actually located right in the office in what is I would describe, and I think some board members have described, as a closet-sized bathroom, which is right in the middle of the office space. So there's no privacy in terms of that. The building itself, obviously, given the fact that it was built in the 1950s, is non-ADA compliant. It lacks the basic infrastructure that you would need for, security, modern IT, equipment, communications, and energy efficiencies. The bays that we're currently dealing with, and the mechanics bay as well, are undersized for a good majority of our vehicles. It lacks the space for workbenches and storage. The infrastructure and the investment that we've made on our equipment and our fleet is not covered. It's left outside. It's exposed to the elements. And I know some people will think, well, DPW is always working during the elements. But we have equipment that's not used year round. And obviously it's left outside as opposed to being in cover. So that really does shrink the useful life of the equipment that we've invested so much money on for the department. So the vehicles, the location that we currently have does not have a wash bay, which is, as most people will know, is critical to the salting operations that we have in particular. So we don't currently have a place where we can hose down the dump trucks and the sanders when they're coming back from salting operations, which creates corrosion with the sanders and the dump bodies, and requiring us to constantly upgrade or send them out to get refinished so they're not completely rusting. And then also with the lack of space that we have when it comes down to training and requirements that we have in terms of OSHA training or other safety trainings that we want to provide to the staff, we have no place to do that. And I do want to point out that Frank will have to pay me because I included his picture of him cutting down a tree in my presentation. So big kudos to him. Okay. So the proposed facility that we were talking about was the Fall River Ave transfer station site. So if anybody was following us a couple of years back when we were in the process of looking for a new cemetery, that's the parcel of land that we've identified for a new facility. So Brewster Thornton Group worked with DPW, as I mentioned earlier, to work on a project program, and this is what we came up with. The administrative building, creating an administrative building would include the reception area for the public. It would include lavatories for the office space. It would have conference rooms and managerial offices for the clerical staff, and then the director and the superintendent and assistant superintendent. The building itself would also include spaces for the crew, which would be lavatory, showers, a break room, locker room. And this is all based on a staff number to accommodate at least 25 crew members. It will have ample storage, and especially for the build out, workspace, workshop space for the various functions of DPW. The vehicle garage would house all of our large vehicles, which are roughly 20 large vehicles, all of our small equipment space. It also include a drive-in workshop bays. So everybody would be able to pull in. So you pull in one entrance, pull out the other entrance. And it's very conducive to managing the different tasks and the multitasks that DPW has to deal with. It has a mechanics area, which would include 6 light duty lifts, tool and fluid storage, and an office for the mechanic to do the various paperwork and ordering of supplies that is typically required. It would also include the relocation of the fueling station that we currently have at the old facility. And then on top of this larger main facility that we're looking at, we're also looking to add a salt shed. And Dave can speak to the size. I believe it's almost double the size of our salt shed that we have, which is pretty small over on Taunton Ave. And then adjacent to that would be a wash bay for the trucks to pull right in and get hosed down right off the salt shed. And we'll get into the floor plans.
Quick question.
Yep.
See, the one thing that's not included there, I see a radio tower included in the program elements. Is that also?
So we've got the old radio tower from the public safety. So we took that down. We actually stored it over at the transfer station, in particular for either the South End Fire Station or this facility. And I think it'd be more beneficial for this facility. I'm not sure, given the elevations over the South End Fire Station, we may need a taller antenna over there. Dave, do you want to jump in before we get in and just talk a little bit about, and I moved on a little too quick, and I don't know why this isn't allowing me to go back, but oh, there we go. You talk about the old facility just in terms of, what you're dealing with in terms of current space, storage needs, things of that nature.
Yeah, absolutely, Sean. Thank you. So the existing building here, as Sean mentioned, built in 1950, 71-year-old building. The main building here, when you come to DPW, which houses the admin offices, 3 storage bays, and 2 mechanics bays, it's 7,000 square feet. Of that 7,000 square feet, 2,500 square feet is the administrative, locker, the break room, the bathroom, and the boiler room. So to say we're in tight quarters here is an understatement if you haven't visited the facility. We've been making do, but we're really crammed in over here. No conference room and so on. In regards to the salt shed, you mentioned, Sean, the existing salt shed is pretty much half the size. It's a 2,800 square foot. It's a dome, holds about 1,000. Maximum salt we can get in there is about 1,000 ton. The new salt shed is just over twice that size. It will actually hold double the amount of salt, which is always good to have on hand. And the other salt shed that we have now is aging. The fuel stations we have here, the infrastructure would have to be all redone down at the other facility, with the exception of possibly just the fuel pumps themselves. We currently have, as I said, 3 garage bays off the main building, 2 mechanic bays with 1 lift, and in the back of our facility, disconnected, but up in the back area in our parking lot, we have another 3-bay garage for storing the sweeper, large sanders, things of that nature, depending on the time of the year.
And then just to, and I know you folks understand this, but for the general public, just in terms of the salt shed itself, I know there's always a question with the board when we get into, September and October in terms of snow preparation and where we stand. Salt is always an issue and a concern to make sure that we have enough on hand. But when you have a salt shed that size, you're limited to as much as you can do. And if you go back 4 years where we had that February storms, it seemed like it was every weekend, every Monday we had a new storm. We were running into a situation where there was such a demand for salt that we weren't able to get it, that we actually had to go borrow some for the state. And Dave can talk a little bit more about that if he wants to. But with the capacity of having it, it protects the town for in the event that we get storms like that and there's a shortage of salt or a shortage of the availability to get the salt delivered, and not necessarily a shortage of the salt, but that just overall helps with the operation and making sure that we have all the safety needs for the town and driving and making sure that our streets are safely plowed.
Not only that, this current design of the dome, when they dump the salt, you can't actually go in and square it up with the bucket, so you lose some salt on the side, and it's just a bad design they put on.
Yeah.
To your point, Sean, and Chris too, I did want to mention the operation of that. We have tractor trailers coming in there 40 foot long, and we have to have an operator up there typically when they're unloading it, because that truck, when it's fully extended, goes right up to the peak of the dome, and they have to be centered. So we know exactly where to have that truck stop to lift the body up, so that when the top of that rig is lifted all the way to the top to empty out the load, it is 2 feet away from the center of the dome. So it's a challenge all around. An operator has to be out there with that when they come in with the salt for the most part, and then pushing it up. The other style that they have today, the more modern, is going to allow them to unload quicker, not necessarily have to have an operator standing by watching, and a lot easier to push that around inside that building. And to your point, Sean, you're always better off stockpiling your salt early in the season to get you through the season as much as you can hold, because you don't know what the season's going to hold, call for. And we were fortunate, Sean, as you mentioned a few years back, with our contacts and everything, to get us, the extra loads of salt we needed to keep the town safe the way we needed it. So.
And Sean, to give you a perspective, that shed can probably hold enough salt to take care of 3 storms. So again, to your point, if we had 3 or 4 storms in a row, we would be out of salt. So if you had a weekend of consistent storms, we're running right to the end of it, where a new shed would hold house that, and we'd have no problem.
Yeah, and it's not just the storms themselves, but even just the icing, the drop in temperature and things of that nature. So, okay.
So David, can you clarify what the size is of the existing salt shed and the salt shed that's going to be provided? Because it sounded from the program that I'm looking at, it says 1,000 tons is what we're being provided. But I thought I heard Mr. Cabral say we have 1,000 tons.
Yeah, that estimate's probably off.
Well, based on the size of the building itself, Dave, our existing shed that we have is 2,800 square foot, and it's the dome. The other shed is 6,000 square feet.
6,400, Dave, to be exact. The next shed.
Okay, so we will be doubling, if not tripling, our capacity.
Yeah, and with the dome piece, and it's just as David mentioned, the way it's situated is that the trailers can't go all the way back in, right. And so it becomes difficult to pile it high enough to where you need to go, because they can't release the bucket up that high without hitting the building.
Yep.
Okay. I don't know why it keeps doing this. Okay, there we go. So we had talked about the salt shed. This is a rendering of the building. So right out front would be the office spaces. Is all one building connecting to a large steel frame garage. Coming around the Department of Public Works, there is where the trucks would pull in, go into the garage all the way out. You've also got some garage bays on the side. You'll see more of that in the floor plans as we get there, which you folks have with the feasibility study. This is the overall site plan concept. This is property that is currently owned by, can you see my arrow, by the way?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
This is undeveloped right now. This is land that is owned by the town. It's just trees. If you go down a little bit further, here would be the Legion. So we're actually proposing to open up a new site that's not accessing the American Legion parking lot. So we would have it here. You'd pull off of Fall River Ave, 114A. This would be your salt shed. Here's the wash bay. So they would be pulling in here, getting the salt, coming back in, washing the vehicles, driving. This was the front of the building, the main office building, as I mentioned before. You've got parking here. The DPW trucks would be pulling in here, driving all the way out. And then you've got bays along this area as well, mechanics area. This rendering, and I think Dave has it split out. I just don't want you folks to get confused on this. So this area here is the actual building itself. This is the salt shed, and this is the wash bay that I had showed up in the property at the beginning of the property when you first entered. It's on the same drawing just to give you guys an understanding of what it looks like. So as I mentioned, you'd be driving in here, as you can see by the arrows, all the diagonal spots here for the vehicles that we have. So easy access, not having to move things. You've got some storage here. And I'll turn it over to Scott and Dave so they can talk a little bit more about the actual planning and the thought behind this. Here is what you would see is the office space coming in, your entrances, your offices, your conference room, and then you've got your separate rooms here with your lavatory break rooms and for the crew and the staff, and then they go directly into and have access into this entire building. Originally, what we were looking to do when we first looked at this was having this site right here, the office up front where the salt shed was with the bays, and then just doing a garage facility for the guys. Didn't make any sense because the training area was going over there. Then you had people lining up to go in there to walk all the way down to actually get into their vehicles here. And then having two separate buildings, when you look at the cost, didn't make a whole lot of sense. So we've combined this entire portion to be one continuous building. Just obviously the intent would have to be to draw as we're pulling in, when people want to come in, just making sure that we're drawing them directly into the office space, which I think the site plan did a good job of. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dave and Scott.
So if you want, I'll just quickly speak on the layout of the larger fleet parking areas. These spaces were designed to not only accommodate the truck, but also the plow. So that will stay indoors all year long. And it's also to accommodate a growing fleet. It's not just the current fleet that we have. So we have space in there for at least 3 to 4 additional vehicles as our fleet grows. We felt that the one-way in method and one-way out saves a lot of money on garage doors, which are very expensive. So we figured one large garage door at each entrance, and with like a herringbone parking pattern, you can fit the entire fleet in there with no issues at all.
That also cuts down on the requirement for the width of the building somewhat. If we tried to have it parking in 90 degree, but we try to look at a lot of different things to keep the building envelope down, but also have the functionality of what we need to do.
As you can see, the mechanics bay has the space for 6 lifts. Currently, we're using 1, so this will be a tremendous improvement. At any given time, we could have 2 police cruisers and then our fleet that needs to be worked on at the same time. This will allow us to do so.
One of the other key things in here, too, if you look as you're going in the main entrance and the bays to the far left corner, there's the potential there to allow vehicles to have a trailer, whether it's a chipper attached to one of our trucks or a trailer with the landscape equipment on it that's going to go out for the week, to park in the last two bays and utilize the overhead doors. So those very last two bays in the bottom left would allow that to happen, which is a functionality of the department. And then outside, the three arrows that are pointing in along the bottom in the mid-left section there, that would allow us to have a chipper or something stored exactly right in there. A hot box could be placed in there so we can pull up with one of the vehicles, hook up the hot box and pull it out of there, put it back indoors at the end of the day. Same thing with the chipper, the Terex, whatever it is that we might have going on given the time of the year. Those are going to be valuable to us to be able to hook up and go and get ready for the next day's work.
And we're seeing the increasing need in maintenance, so we're actually create a couple of maintenance workshops along those days that Dave was talking about, as well as the sign shop, foreman area. Functioning workspaces was critical as part of this design.
I would like to jump over just to have a little discussion on the administrative portion too. As we developed this was worked on prior to COVID, and then COVID came into play. We actually ended up adding 2 public bathrooms off the lobby, essentially so that if we ever had a situation down the road where we wanted to keep the admin staff separated from the DPW crew, we would have to potentially use the bathrooms up front and not have to have everybody using the same portion of the facility. We could kind of isolate the workers from the admin staff. We have a conference room in there, which would probably be an area that we would use for plan review, storage for filings and all that. We have very limited space down here. Anybody who's been up, our storage is all around us in the office. And we also looked at designing the break room, not only to be a break room, but to have it set up so that if we have training exercises for the staff, we could hold it in that room, rearrange and reconfigure that space so we can all be facing a screen or an instructor or whatever the case may be. So we tried to incorporate as much functionality, from a practical standpoint as we thought feasible for multiple uses of this space.
If anybody wants an idea on logistics on size, that garage portion is almost 25,000 square feet.
So the mechanics lifts are inside of a separate bay?
No, they have the drive. That's part of the main building. As you can see, there's a drive-in and drive-out on both ends. So if you have one on a lift, you can drive out of either side of that bay.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. It's being isolated within the building.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
It's under the same roof. Is that what you mean?
No. What I'm saying is you're building walls within the building to segregate it. And I'm wondering why.
Well, the only segregation will be the outside garage doors. Those are probably open bays at the end. Is that what you mean?
No,
at
Scott,
the far end of the pre-lift.
You're not understanding my question.
He's talking about here. So the concern, the original conversation was about the concerns with the fumes and the smells associated with some of the mechanic areas, I believe, and that's why there's that partition.
Yeah, but the same. I don't know.
That's what you're talking about, right?
It is the area I'm talking about, and I mean, I just don't see the need for the segregation because you're dealing with the same fumes, the same everything with vehicles driving in and out. It could be open. That's all that I'm looking at. And I know, Mr. Kadim, in prior conversation, you had pointed out, but where are the women's locker rooms in shower areas?
Yeah,
so
Scott,
the locker room area itself is not necessarily a changing area. We had talked about providing the shower areas, and we have 2 shower areas in here besides some of the restrooms we have. So from a practical standpoint, the locker room, if you're changing into rain gear, you're going in your locker, you're grabbing your rain gear. If you're going out using a chainsaw, all your stuff is in your locker to grab for your accessories, if you will. But we have separate showers and we have separate bathrooms to allow for changing areas and separate shower space as needed.
Okay,
And that's something we discussed
Unisex, right?
over time too, yeah, kind of like unisex, or
Unisex
they
bathroom.
can be used for whatever.
So you're not gonna be changing inside of that locker area. You're not stripping down.
Exactly.
That's correct. And Dave, we did have some discussions, we can certainly have more, but we did have discussions on the mechanics area. We were not just trying to define a space of them, but we were trying to, as Sean kind of alluded to, the work in the garage at times, depending on what they're doing there with the welding and painting and body work, whatever it might be, even in the facility that we're in, which is attached to the building with a door that closes, those fumes migrate in, and, you know, if there's no need to, they can leave the door open, but when we want to contain it a little bit, because there is the hallway that would go off to the break room where guys can be coming in and out, that's something that we did look at there for providing that wall. And just, you know, we tried to spend some time trying to figure out where we needed walls and where we don't. And for the most part, we tried to leave it as open as we could in there. But I just wanted to, you know, bounce back to that for a minute too.
Yep, no.
Mr. Cabral.
Fine, hold on, Mr. Zara, Mr. Vieira's had his hand up here. I just want to get to him real quick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Two things, David Cabral or Scott. The break room. I commend you for tying them both together, a break room and obviously a meeting room, training room, whatever you want to call it. But my opinion, in my opinion alone, it's not fair for your clerical staff if they're on break or they're having their lunch to eat at their desk because the break room is being occupied as a training room that day. I would suggest that you find a separate spot to accomplish those tasks. Although obviously it's a big room and you could accomplish both things. Again, I don't think it's fair for the secretary or the clerical staff to not obviously entertain an area to relax away from their work area because again, the break room is being utilized. But where the where the doors are in the training room, break room, whatever you want to call it, are those bathroom facilities, and excuse me for my ignorance, but
Kind of hard to see on a small screen.
So I'm sorry,
Yeah,
what
it is.
was the question?
View options.
where the break room is, the swinging doors or the doors here are up more and to the right.
Here?
To the right now. Nope, to the a little bit more to the right. Right
This one?
there. Are those bathroom facilities?
Yeah, these are all bathrooms over here. Yep.
Good idea, but I don't think it's going to be too pleasant to have a bathroom facility right across from a break room or a lunchroom, whatever you want to call it. I mean, I don't have a problem with them being there, but maybe the doors could be on the opposite side instead of exiting or entering through the break room to go into the bathroom facility. Just a suggestion, Sean, that's one of the things we heard when we were designing or looking at designs for the fire station at South End, the concerns of the dispatchers, if you remember. So
Yep.
maybe you want to think about addressing that, obviously, while we're going through the architectural phases. And the other thing is, I see you list, I believe, 6 lifts, light-duty lifts. Would it be in our best interest to have at least 2 heavy-duty lifts so that you could put a 6-wheel dump truck or just lift it off the ground a little, or not put it up in the air totally, but swap 2 of those spots out maybe for a heavy-duty lift? You guys would know better, but please?
Right. I'm going to try to answer. We got a bunch of questions here.
Okay, I'm
I'm
sorry.
going to get to a couple of them before I forget. So I'll do the list first. You're exactly right. We just did 6 as a placeholder, but we're looking into going with at least 4 light duty, maybe 1 real heavy duty, or possibly 2 heavy duty. So great point there. We are looking at that. As far as the clerical staff taking break while there's a conference going on, we would be conscious of that in our scheduling of our conferences. But they also take break almost the same time as them, their lunch break, so that might not conflict with them that often as far as that goes.
And Dave, we don't tend to have the training sessions all that often, and I would say that the conference room would be the alternate place for the, the times where we might have something going on.
Right.
It is pretty limited in that regard, but I don't see that being a big concern,
But my thing is, while we're planning the facility, let's do it right once, because you're gonna live with this for the next 100 years. I mean, we won't see it, but the town of Seekonk will never, and I've said this with the fire facilities, the town of Seekonk will never build another DPW garage like this. So let's do it right, and then we don't have to worry about it.
Well, I got 100 years to go before I can retire, so I might see it.
Maybe, and God bless you if you can.
And I just want to, this is just conceptual drawings. These are not anything that's, etched in stone with any type of, permanent floor plan. That would obviously be with the building committee to really kind of work if this is something that's supported by town. But it was really just trying to get a conceptual idea of what we were looking for and costs associated with it. So I'm sure there's going to be, tweaks here and there as we go through it and work with architects to really kind of sit down and lay the entire building out in great detail.
I agree, and that's a positive thing. My only concern is once a seed is planted, it starts to take roots, and then the next thing you know, it's carved in stone.
Right.
I just see it as something that could be a stumbling block at some point in time. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Zora, you're next, and then I'll get you to Mr. Petronio.
All right, to Mr. Cabral and Andre, when I was looking at the designs, as you're saying, the segregation in the mechanics bay, I was taking it as so they could put the heat up if they're working in the cold winter, so it's not putting heat into the rest of the building, so they can kind of climate control their area. Along with the fumes, I get the fumes, it's going to go throughout the building regardless. The same fumes on the other side, but that's the way I took it. Is there any truth to that?
Absolutely, yeah. We don't need to have that larger space for the vehicles, much above 50, 55 degrees, say. That would certainly lend itself to keep the mechanics area isolated and just keep them up to temperature, comfortable, compared to the rest of that large storage area, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Petronio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So and forgive me, we're obviously seeing a conceptual drawing. I get that. I understand that the Bright Idea Fairies is going to pay a visit very often here in the design process, and hopefully it works its way out and we get all of the great things that we need to have in our facility. My question for a moment is going to center around safety. And unfortunately, I'm an OSHA 30 trained. Yes, I did that course. And with noise and fumes, I heard you mention often about the doors, working on vehicles indoors, the ventilation, and all that stuff. And forgive me if I may have missed it, but are we talking at all about what's the requirements for the HVAC for that, and the coating on the walls in order to keep the noise down from obviously from work being conducted next to an administrative office?
Mr. Kadim.
Yeah, and it will also should have the extract system with the ventilation that hooks right onto the exhaust. So that'll all be part of it too.
Like the fire department. I mean, I think that's in the code.
Exactly.
I think that's in the code.
But the noise and the volume and the fumes next to, you have those inside doors, as Mr. Andre pointed out too, which, I just don't know, because that book is extremely huge off the top of my head, whether or not that all meets the correct.
So
Yeah, but I think that's where the design professionals that are going to be designing the building will come in to handle all of that.
Ultimately, that's a consideration that they need to make when they do the final.
Yeah.
But I think that, David, correct me if I'm wrong, I think that's all dictated by the code, correct?
It is.
Right.
Okay. Fair enough. I just want to make sure that that's some of the reasoning, especially for those that are watching that may not understand why we're having parts of these conversations, especially, fumes, noise control. Those are all considerations that have to be in play when designing a building of this type.
No, it's all good points.
Could I ask that we circle back to the prospective site plan or the conceptual site plan? Mr. Kadim, that you showed. So I when this popped up, my initial question is why we're what the reasoning was behind shifting the building closer to the residential development rather than shifting it further to, and I want to say planned south, or even doing a mirror image of the building over that dashed line to bring the building to the opposite side, and give more of a buffer between the residential area.
Landfill.
Yeah.
That's landfill
So
area?
Yep.
Okay.
We did look into that. We actually did a couple of test pits out there to determine exactly the limits of the trash, and we pushed the envelope of the building as close to the trash line as we could without building it on the trash. And that's one of the other reasons that led to the the salt shed in particular getting moved out front, was trying to make space so that we could keep that building tight up against the trash and as far away to create a little buffer, or the biggest buffer we could provide between the residential on the buildable space on that.
That answer, the landfill is the answer. I mean, I just didn't realize that it moved, that the landfill extended all the way up to basically that dashed line, because that's a lot further than I thought it went.
There is some virgin land though, and quite a bit of it in that area.
Based on the
Yeah, where
position
the
of the
building is.
building and the explanation that was just given, it looks like it's from that dashed line plan north and nothing south.
Yeah.
Right.
When you look in the package and when you see the aerial on it, that's what it looked like, and it had the landfill marked out. Yeah.
That's correct. The edge of the building is very close to the tree line.
So, okay. Do we have any other questions right now? Mr. Kadim, you want to continue?
Yep. So, sorry. So the final slide is just the project cost associated with it. Again, just estimates in terms of what we were looking at. So over on the left side is the projected construction cost. Over on the right side will be additional contingencies, and we'll get through it. So architectural for the building, $3.9 million rounded up. Fire suppression is going to cost us about $200,000. Plumbing is just under $225,000. HVAC, $500,000. Electrical work, $1.3 million. Site work is going to be $2.7 million. So the total cost associated with that is $8.8 million. General conditions, obviously, different assumptions going in there. At 13%, $1.1 million, bringing the total construction costs to 9.9. Then you've got a contingency for design of 10%. That's coming in at $1 million. Escalation, if it goes over a year, of 3.5%, is just about $350,000. Furniture, fixtures, and equipment allowance at $500,000. Contingency for the projects, just under $1.2 million. Architectural and engineering fees of $1.2 million. Survey allowance, $5,000. OPM costs, based on some costs that we're seeing coming in from South End Fire Station, that's a little light, but some of these are just assumptions. So some of these numbers can fluctuate quite a bit on there. It's just trying to get a placeholder in this. Just so the OPM costs $500,000. So total estimated project costs $14.6 million. And again, that's adjustments that can be made in terms of layout, but looking at what we're looking for, as Mr. Vieira had mentioned, long term, to maintain 100 years, so we're not coming back and fully providing a building that's adequate for the multiple different demands that are coming out from DBW. That's the total project cost. And then last slide is just a thank you. Questions. I know we've been asking questions as we've gone through. Are there any additional questions?
No, I'd just like to make a statement. I think it's something that's long overdue. I don't know how those folks have been able to get the productivity out of the building that they're in. As you mentioned earlier, that used to be Bull Motors back in the 1950s. Then it went to DPW. Then it went to, when the police station moved out of the old town hall, the police department went there, and it was shared well, with the DPW. So that building has been rehabbed and rehabbed and rehabbed over and over and over again, and it's long overdue. And as mentioned earlier by a previous speaker, things don't get cheaper to build, they get more expensive each and every year. So I think it's time, we take a serious look at it and decide what we need to do.
Okay, at this time, I have Mr. Ginsburg from Bruce and Thornton on. Wanted to make a comment here. Caroline, can you let him in, please?
Yeah, he's on.
Okay.
He had answered
There he
one of
is.
the
Yep.
questions.
Yep, I had answered. I did want to commend folks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to speak. Did want to commend folks for their thoughtful questions. I think there's a lot of detail, and I can really sense that people want to jump in and explore kind of all the possibilities of this building. We did isolate the mechanics bays because they're heated in the summer. Heated in the winter, but also because they're cooled in the summer. The exhaust requirements are going to be slightly different. So keeping the mechanical costs low, we needed to isolate that area. We also were planning a separation between the two buildings of a concrete block firewall that would also be acoustic separation. So there would be a good separation between the two buildings. So thank you for your questions. And just to reiterate what was just said, the need is apparent. So our first meeting to really assess the building and understand the program was held in a lunchroom that did not have technology, that presentations were made in spaces where there were ad hoc seats and tables. So clearly the need is there. We did observe mechanics that were working in conditions and sort of getting through conditions that were not standard to this age, and equipment that is being stored outside that is not going to last as long as it should. So I think the investment is worthwhile, and I think in the long run it will save money through operational costs and equipment costs.
Thank you, Mr. Ginsburg. Are there any other questions from any other members?
I would just make a statement. I would encourage all the public through Mr. Kadim or Dave Cabral's office to, if they want to set up a tour, to go look at this building, and just so they have an understanding of the insides and the outsides. I know COVID's here, but if they could set up a tour, if people want to get a tour to see exactly what they're working in, I would say that would be a good start.
Maybe as time gets closer to making the decision and going before town meeting in the ballot, maybe we offer an open house, and whoever comes, obviously they'll be that much better informed than the ones that don't.
Yeah.
Well, spring town meetings around the corner, so that's why we're getting there. We're getting close.
So I will only add to this. First of all, I want to appreciate all the work that got put into this by Mr. Kadim, Mr. Cabral, Mr. Lowry. Thanks to the Bruce and Thornton group, for looking at this and spending all the time that you have. Obviously, COVID has delayed, this presentation quite a bit and caused some delays. I will say, when I started on the finance committee in 2015, the first task I had, being on that committee, was to go down. I was the DPW liaison, and Mr. Cabral had just started. I went down to go meet him, and he showed me around the facility, and I was in awe of, the conditions and the shape that the building was back in 2015. So to say that this is long overdue is an understatement. These guys have, worked with the best they could. And in that particular facility, and this facility, I think, stands to protect the equipment that we're spending. I mean, every year we're getting more and more equipment that's costing us hundreds of thousands of dollars. We need that to last. as long as we possibly can. And I think this, this kind of facility will help, make that equipment last. And Lord knows we have some very resourceful employees at DPW, that do all that they can. And I think they've put all the patchwork and Band-Aids on that building, but, now is the time to get them the building, needed for, better working conditions as well, along with protecting our equipment. So, that said, is there any other members have anything else?
Well, it seems like that's what we do best is Band-Aids, Band-Aids. But after a while, the Band-Aids don't work anymore. And I think we're at that point with this facility.
Yep.
I just want to say, I think it's right that we're looking at the DPW, and in my humble opinion, and I think many board members and residents share my opinion, is this floats to the top of my to-do list for the town. DPW needs to be fixed because it's the core of our infrastructure.
Exactly. Okay. If there are no other questions at this time, thank you, Mr. Kadim, and everybody again. We will move on to the next item. We have a lengthy, meaty agenda tonight, so I want to keep it going. So thank you, Mr. Ginsburg. All right. Item E, discussion of capital improvement recommendations.
Yep, hi, this is Steve Rutter, Chairman of the Capital Improvements Committee. Can you hear me
Mr.
okay?
Rutter? Yep.
I'm doing fantastic. Okay. Okay. Let's see. I don't think I have the ability to share my screen here, but let me go through our recommendations.
Mr.
Okay.
Rutter, if you hold on 1 second, I'm just going to move you
Yep.
to a panelist, and then you'll have the ability to share your screen.
Fantastic. Thank you. Okay, let me know if you can see that.
A little bit different than mine.
Okay. Can you guys see the screen okay? Okay.
Yep.
All right, so let me explain a couple of things. So first, for those on the call who may not be familiar with the Capital Improvements Committee, each fall, recommendations from the department heads are for the municipal capital stabilization fund, I can talk, presented to the town administrator, who then passes those along to the Capital Improvements Committee. We then review those requests and then meet with the department heads to kind of go over, and then from that, based on the funding that we have for that year, take a look at and make some decisions on, which requests that we will put forward to the town meeting. And that is done by January 15th. We then present that to the town administrator. And then we have a discussion with him and with the director of finance to kind of see what has changed since those recommendations were made. So we submitted on January 15th an initial capital improvements request. And then we, after meeting with Sean and with Bruce, have made some changes, which is why this may look a little different than what we presented to you. A couple of things have changed. First, we have a final amount of funding that we have to work with, and that was a little different than what we initially had. Also, there were a couple of changes made where, and again, I welcome Sean if he wants to discuss any of those. There were some things that were either there's funding in it for this year that were not needed, or there are other things being done, whether it be a warrant article or other ways of approaching funding for the things that we were recommending that removed them from this list. Most importantly, we're looking to get under the current amount that's in the capital stabilization fund, which I believe is around $919,000. So based on that, we ended up with the 13 items that we have here. And I will share this back with the committee. We actually met with Sean with Bruce Monday, and then I reviewed that again with them yesterday, and just to prepare for this meeting to make sure that we're on track. just to confirm that this is accurate and this is what we're going to put forward. The first, I'll go through the items one by one. The first one was a request from conservation, and this is to do a dam assessment for the Attleboro Dye Works. Our understanding is that this is something that needs to be done at this point in time. It's basically holding up some of the work that's done on the Pond Street Bridge, and therefore they were looking to get this assessment done, as quickly as they can, so they can move forward with that. So we approved that one. Next thing was the Burris Pond Conservation Area. We had a number of requests from the Conservation Committee, and essentially we narrowed it down to these two. The reason we went with Burris Pond was it has become fairly degraded over the years. Access to the Martin Wildlife Refuge and basically the bridges and seating areas and whatever have really deteriorated to the point where they can't be used anymore. So really access to this area has been limited, if not eliminated, for a lot of this area. So we saw this as a need for the town, for the request that they had put forward. So those are the two that we had for conservation that we approved. The next two were from DPW, and we took a look at a request for a heavy dump truck. We had originally taken a look at, doing an outright purchase for that. But after discussing this with Bruce and with Sean, decided that it's probably best if we do a 3-year lease on this based on current interest rates and kind of spreading it out a little bit over the 3 years. So we're able to reduce this down from about 180,000 to 65, and then this will be done over a 3-year period. The next was purchasing a medium-duty dump truck, and this is to replace a fairly old vehicle that they currently have, an S11, that they determined is really end of life. So they're looking to replace that, and again, the cost for that will be $81,000. The next two are simply, again, continuation of the leases for 2 fire trucks, one for $80,000, another one for $87,000. And then after that was on item 7, which was a fire department replacement for a Ford Explorer. They currently have a 2007 Explorer that really is end of life. Again, it's 14 years old, but they are looking to keep it. It's still functional. It's just not meeting day to day. It's certainly going to be kept as a spare vehicle that they will have when they replace it with a new one. Next item for the fire department was replacing the SCBA. And again, what they're looking to do is they've been replacing these. These are the breathing apparatuses, the tanks and equipment that the firefighters wear when they attend to fire. Again, they're looking to do this instead of purchasing all of them at once. They're looking to set up a program where they can do this over a period of time so that they kind of spread the cost out over a number of years. These items have, I believe, about a 15-year cycle in them. So they're going to start off this year with replacing 5 of them, and then have 4 additional air bottles for each one of those to help to augment those as well. So that was $40,000. Next 2 were for the police department. One was to replace the backup and disaster recovery server that they use there. This was done, the recommendation was to replace this on a 5-year cycle, and we're coming up on that cycle right now. So, based on the importance of public safety and the information that's contained there, we approved this one for the replacement for that server. Next was a request to provide some additional security to the actual, public safety building itself. They're looking to add some fencing in the rear of the facility to kind of, just enhance the safety and access to the building from the back area of the building. So that was $30,000, and we approved that one. Item 11 was from the school department, and this was for the Hurley Middle School, and that was to repoint some of the glass block wall that was installed. Now, this wall was originally put up in 1958, and basically it is kind of falling apart at this point. So They're looking to repoint and to redo that piece of it. So that was the one request that we had from the school department for the capital improvements committee for this year. So we approved that one. Next two were for the town hall. One is to finish scanning off all of the paper files that they currently have. They have these, my understanding is in the basement, as well as they have some, up in the main floor, but most of the stuff is in the basement. It's hard to get to, and it'll allow this to be electronically indexed and placed into a system, kind of get us, into the 21st century with regard to, the documents that we currently have stored there. And the last one was to implement the Tyler Content Management System. And this is going to allow for new input of electronic data storage. In other words, so bringing documents and forms and whatever into a content management system, electronic content management system, so they can be easily accessed and also inputted without having to scan or do other things with those documents. So that would contain those. So those are the 13 requests that we had. I don't know if anybody has any questions with regard to any of those.
I just have a general comment. Aside from helping out and doing everything that the committee did, for those of you at home that just heard that our capital and municipal stabilization account has, what was that, roughly $9,700,000?
Yep.
And the intent
Correct, yep.
of these stabilization accounts are to help offset the costs of future projects. You can see how there's not really a lot of money there. So we really do need to do a continued job. I know I mentioned it earlier tonight, of funding these accounts so that way they exist in the future when these bigger projects are coming in. So when we're getting a lot of this free cash at the end of the year, we should be doing, when it comes to town meeting, we should be focusing energies on tossing that money into these buckets so that way we're not depleting it every year when these requests are going to be coming in. And great job on managing to save 200,000 at the end of the year. But imagine if we were able to save $1 million or 700,000 a year, what we would be able to do for our future building projects. So
Mr. Chairman, if I could jump in quickly.
Go ahead, Mr. Kadim.
On that. So the board has, hopefully in the April meeting, we'll have a presentation by me. I've compiled all the financial policies and created new financial policies for the board to review, which we had talked about potentially helping us get, moving up to the top level of a bond rating from a AA to a AAA. And part of that includes the utilization of free cash and what we're going to use that for. So in those policies, you'll see, to your point, Mr. Andrade, talking about these stabilization funds, and really right off the bat, taking 15% to fund the capital stabilization, the buildings and infrastructure stabilization accounts, the OPEB unfunded liability, the regular stabilization account, and then using a percentage just for any additional projects in any given year. And then a remainder being carried over so that we have this carryover starting the next fiscal year with a surplus to offset if there's any unforeseen deficits that may come up because of a pandemic or anything like that. So we would have it like roughly 200,000 being carried over year to year, just from a financial standpoint. And then in terms of the municipal capital stabilization account, it speaks specifically to identifying which, the capital committee and I have been talking about for years now, trying to come up with specific policies so that they know what they're working with, what the minimum balance should be in that account, so that it's not arbitrary anymore in terms of how much can be spent. So building a minimum balance that we want to see in these accounts to make sure that they're there in the event. Thankfully we didn't need to use it for COVID, but if for some strange reason another pandemic comes and we're not able to be in a fortunate situation where we're able to absorb a lot of these decreases within our operating budget, we would have a rainy day fund to be able to tap into if it was needed. So you'll start to see that, and it's really coming to play. And obviously it would be just the execution if that's approved by the board.
And the other thing I just want to, just so folks on the call who may not be familiar with the work that we do, the actual requests that we get in, we do pare it down quite a bit. So, and again, taking a look forward, if we do have additional funding, roughly the 731,000 that this totals up to for this year is roughly about half of what the actual requests were. So we did have to kind of choose what we felt were the most worthy for that year. Having additional funding will kind of give us that flexibility to add some other items in there as well. It also allows us to review other items that there may have to be a warrant article for, or some other things to get that funding for, just because there's not enough money right now in the fund for us to kind of grant that to them or request that for them.
Okay. I have hands up. I'm going to start with Mr. Zora.
You can go, Mr. Petronio.
Okay, Mr. Petronio.
Just really quickly, you touched on something very important in the presentation from CI Capital Improvement Committee. In a couple of items, you mentioned the life cycles of the programs. I think that's an important field to note when doing these capital improvement decisions, because those life cycles obviously can help us program and plan better when these types of replacements need to occur. There was a 15-year life cycle for the SBA stuff. There was a 5-year life cycle for the backup and disaster and recovery server. There were a couple other life cycles for equipment and stuff that showed up, especially the lease payments for the 3-year heavy-duty dump truck. I just want to make sure I highlight that, and perhaps it's important to note that in future when we're spreadsheeting, so that way we can at least have something that helps as a planning tool. That's
Mr. Petronio, we actually currently have that. So what you see here is just a summary from the capital improvement. So the actual requests that go in, you'll see every single department, what they're requesting, the equipment associated with it. We have the Collins Center come in and kind of revamp some of the spreadsheets that we have. So you'll see the life expectancy, the useful life, and then there's also a grade as to where we think, if it's end of life, if it's fair, if it's good. One thing
you're making all the decisions and dumbing it down for me.
Yeah, and then one of the things that I didn't really like, that I think we did a little bit better before the Collins Center came on, and we're talking about this internally, is really when you look at the capital items, it doesn't give you an inventory list, where if you went back to my prior capital improvement plans, we actually had every single department, even if they weren't requesting something, give us a list of all their inventory, so that we had a report to say, okay, this is what we have. Here's how many vehicles we have. Here's even if we're not requesting, the years they were purchased, the mileage, and are they good value. So internally, we're talking about just because the Collins Center report itself is a good report, but just kind of getting back to incorporating that additional piece that we always had into the overall aspect of the reporting.
No, I appreciate it. You guys have done a good job in this. I just wanted, I understand now that this is kind of the final product to us that's been pared down.
Correct. Yep.
And not seeing all those life cycle things, it's very important for decision making. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Yep.
Okay, Mr. Zora.
Just a quick question. This is probably to Steve or Sean. The SCBA tanks, I've noticed a lot of area departments have been getting all of their tanks funded through a grant. Were they looking at getting the rest through the grant that all these other departments received within the last, I say, month or two?
So we did our SCBAs, and now we're just going on replacing the ones that are coming off. So if you recall, I think it was about Carol, maybe you might remember this, 3 years ago. Was it 3 years ago we did the SCBAs?
Yes, it was.
Yeah. So now it's just taking the older ones and just replacing them. So you'll see this on a replacement plan.
Okay. The next question I had is the fire department vehicle. What are they looking to replace it with?
It's going to be the standard, the Explorer type model.
Okay, I'm fine with
They
that
don't
one.
make the Explorer anymore.
Yeah,
whatever it's called.
Yeah, we had a F-45. I don't know if that helps out. That's what they had on the list here.
F-45.
That's what it says here. That didn't ring a bell with me. Oh,
Yeah,
450. I'm
450.
Oh, maybe they want the 450.
Yeah, all right.
Fire department has an
makes
F-450?
That makes more sense.
That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, I mean, the number does, whether it's, that's a
okay.
big vehicle, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I'm thinking F-450
As
as in
a
dump
45,
truck.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then the fire truck leases, these are they got to be around year 6 or 7, right? Almost the end of cycle for the leases for those.
Yeah, so one of them was the 6 of 7, which is engine 2, which was purchased in 17, and then 4 of 7 for engine 1, which was purchased in 2019.
Okay.
I can't speak for the chief, but I'm sure you're going to see that lease roll right over to another new truck. It actually puts the trucks on a replacement program. Those trucks, for the most part, are only, the life expectancy is 20 years as a frontline piece. They can go into reserve after that, but as a frontline piece, you're supposed to replace them every 20 years. So again, we're talking about building a South End fire station, so that'd be around the time that those leases are becoming done, that we'll be purchasing another one for the South End fire station, hopefully, if the obviously the facility gets passed.
Well, I believe in the facility that the former fire chief Healy said that if we were to do it all right, that an ambulance and fire truck would be purchased as part of that. This whole lease program is to replace our current fleet. Is that correct?
Well, I understand that, but you're not going to make the fire truck, in my opinion anyway, the fire truck and the rescue as part of the cost of building a building.
Well, that's the way it was presented to us, is that if you build a fire station, and apparatus has to come with it. I'm not saying to enroll it in the same bond. I'm just saying that.
Right.
But I mean, I think, and again, I'm not trying to speak for Chief Healy, but I think he was saying that he couldn't do it unless we purchased new apparatus to go along with the building. He couldn't use the reserve pieces that he has now, so he'll need new pieces, which again, is probably going to take roughly 3 years to get this building to the point where they can occupy it. And it'll be around the time that those leases are up. So again, you'll be rolling it over. I could be wrong, but again, that's what I
It
would
probably
say.
makes some sense when we hear about the South End Fire Station. This would be worked into that plan too, because
Right.
it's gonna be a package deal.
Right.
So.
All right. Then the last question I had for town hall, scan all the paperwork. I know we've done that a few years ago. Is this it? The final leg to all that, or?
No, this is going to get some of it. We've got a ton of paperwork for conservation building. This is actually scanning some of that older documents to get it into the format so we can get it into the EnerGov system, the online system. Some of the stuff that you're talking about was more of the archiving downstairs, but that wasn't necessarily scanned. So that's what we're looking to do.
Some of that material down there, Sean, correct me if I'm wrong, dates back to the 30s and 40s, correct?
Yeah. Yep. So, trying to get some of those, scanned through so that we have at least the ones that, as much as we possibly can with that, to be able to have it. Because, part of the problem we had was there's a lot of legacy data that, was on the old system, trying to get that converted, getting some of these documents so that we have access instead of going all the way down to the basement and trying to locate some of this stuff. So.
And again, it's at risk down there. We've talked about that several times. That basement's very wet. If those sump pumps quit for one reason or another, that basement floods. So it'd be in our best interest, I would say, to preserve those records.
All right. Do we have any other questions for Mr. Rutter and CIC? All right. I don't see anything else out there. All right. So seeing none, Mr. Rutter, appreciate the effort between you and your group. Thank you very much for all these recommendations. Really, I know a lot of work goes into it. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care. Have a good night. Yep.
Thank you.
You too.
Take care.
Okay. Item F, discussion with the Seccong Public Library and Trust regarding MBLC grant status and warrant article. Mr. Durkee, Mrs. Hibber, how are you doing? How are you doing tonight?
They're on mute.
Everybody's on mute.
Here we go.
Good evening. I believe Mike is starting. Is Mike on?
Yep, I'm here.
Perfect. Let me share the screen and then I'll drive while, okay, you got it already up, Kate?
I have it up so I can drive,
Okay.
as you say.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Mr. Kadim, members of the board, thank you for having us here to present to you this evening. This really is a culmination and a summary of activities that began 6 years ago, and Kate will speak to that. We've got some details, but a lot of that detail has already been approved by the town, approved by the state Board of Library Commissioners. So this is really to give you an idea of where things stand right now and what our plans are for the course of the next 2 months, really. We had initially intended to come to you back in November, but as everyone was affected, we were affected also by COVID. So here we are. And I'd like Kate to go ahead and take over and take the first 3 or 4 slides for us, please.
Sure. So we're talking about creating a new future for the library. And as we know, this past year has been a real challenge. It was a year ago today, March 17th, that we closed our doors. And we ended up under stay-at-home orders. We all thought that would be for a couple of weeks. And that turned out clearly not to be true. So the difficulties of the past year were really overcome by the outstanding work that the library staff did. So we quickly realized that we needed to provide services to our patrons while we were still at home ourselves. So our staff worked diligently to adapt our in-person programming to a virtual environment. So they took things like our book discussions and turned them into virtual book discussions. We created virtual trivia nights. National Library Week falls in April every year. We celebrated that virtually and had a Spirit Week. And that was a lot of fun for our patrons and our staff interacting on social media throughout that week. And I think most importantly, what the staff did was help folks who hadn't made that transition to online services and online resources. We've offered that for several years now, but some of our patrons hadn't made that transition, and last spring forced them to do that. So they didn't know how to navigate, download an ebook, didn't know how to use our streaming services. Many of us were caught unawares and had to learn how to use Zoom for both work and family life and school life. So staff was there offering assistance via phone, email, and we created and put up a number of tutorials to ease that transition for the community. We opened when the governor said we could open. We started curbside services again in June. So I should say we instituted curbside services in June. And then we reopened to the public July 13th. And throughout that time, I think we did a great job of keeping the community informed. We typically have a monthly newsletter. When we were all at home last spring, that turned into a weekly newsletter so we could inform the community about the COVID resources they needed, inform folks about what the library could do for them while they were at home. We have a program that has a lot of online tutorials to walk people through how to do things. We have entertainment options with streaming services for both music and movies. So we just wanted to really make sure that the community was aware that we were still there and serving them and able to help them through a really difficult time. And I think the actions of this past year were consistent with staff performance in a more normalized year. So when we look at our activity for fiscal year 2019, the daily experiences of our patrons are illustrated in these numbers. So our patrons visit us usually on a daily, weekly, or monthly rotation, and they know what their experience is in the library at that time, but I don't think they see the overall screenshot of what a year is like for us. So we have over 90,000 visits to the library in the course of FY 2019. Excuse me. That's over 300 visits per day. We circulated over 230,000 items. We had over 8,500 people attend 387 library programs. And I think that number is significant because, as we all know, there's 365 days in a year. And when you take out all the holidays and the Sundays were closed, it's not atypical for us to have anywhere from 2 to 4 programs in one day using one meeting room. So it's a lot of planning and logistics and scheduling between both library programs and other community groups who use our meeting rooms. So I'm sorry, my screen is, I'm having trouble seeing something. Our public use computers were used by over 5,000 people, and our wireless sessions, clearly everyone who walks into the building virtually can connect to the wireless system. It's an open network. And particularly in this past year, you'll see a lot of people in our parking lot using the wireless because not everyone is still comfortable coming in. So we try to offer as much as we can in a contactless, safe way for them. So the total value of all these programs and services is over $4 million. And that's using 1 3/4% of the total town taxes. So for every town tax dollar invested, the return on investment is $4.42. So that's a very impressive number and a great return on investment. And while these results are excellent, they're achieved despite the ongoing issues that we still have with the building and that we'll have after COVID is in our rearview mirror. So I think Mike is going to take it from here.
Yeah, I think what you'll see over the remainder of this presentation is that there's 2 recurring themes. One has to do with the physical plant itself, the issues that exist and are continuing to worsen as the building ages. And then the second thing is the space constraints that we have because of the popularity of the library. And that impacts us in being able to service the people who attend those programs, as well as our ability to offer as many programs as we'd like. When you've got limited space, you have to make do with that space that's provided, and that in turn impinges on the things that we can offer. So, I mean, these are items that, examples of items, not that every electrical outlet looks like that first picture on the left, but we do have electrical issues. We have problems with the HVAC, water leaks, structural damages, mechanical, splintered walls. All of these things are physical plant problems that have plagued us. This next slide shows you again and speaks to the HVAC system. We've managed to, with the help of DPW many times and also with people coming from the outside with contractors, to coax it to do what it's supposed to do. I've been associated with the library as a trustee for, I think it's 12 or 13 years now. And it seems like once a year in the beginning, we were having HVAC problems. That's increased significantly over the course of the last 5 years, where we've either got no heat or we have poor cooling, and Kate has to juggle whatever balls are necessary in order to provide as comfortable an atmosphere as she can for the patrons. The other thing that plagues us is the fact that, as you were just referring to with the DPW facility, the library is built, an edge of the library is built over the landfill. And when the library was built 40 years ago, the understanding of how to best solve those structural issues wasn't as advanced as it is now. So that unstable corner of the library has resulted in splintering of the outside sheathing, the shingles, the walls, windows, door cracking. We've had roofing problems and then drainage problems that are also the result of that, the way the foundation is. The space issue that I mentioned earlier, that does not allow for quiet conversations between staff and patrons. We have books, magazines, really just forced into spaces, so it makes it very difficult for people to navigate the library, to navigate the items that they're looking for. We have an 82,000 item collection, and it's very difficult to get those pieces out so that people can look at them. We have one meeting room with a legal limit of 100 people. And as Kate said, when you have over one on average, and sometimes 2 to 4 programs a day, it makes it difficult to get people into those rooms. We've had a number of programs that were overbooked. We simply can't service everyone who wants to attend those things. And that's going to continue once we get through the pandemic and open on a full-time basis. And for the children's room, there is no place for a comfortable story time or any other kind of programming. We usually have to, if it's significant, we move it into the big room, but you'd like to have it be in the children's area, but there's no place to put it in that children's area because the space just doesn't allow it. We've managed to make do, but we are limiting what the patrons can experience in the library, and that's a very big concern. In the back, the things that people understand that they don't see is how things, whether it has to do with the phone system, whether it has to do with electrical, are just thrown into spaces that are available. We make do a lot. In the building itself, where people do circulate, we don't have a quiet or group study space. There's a lack of space for new technology that seems to be constantly coming in. We have 2 restrooms. They are overused. They don't meet the needs of parents or the caregivers that are with them. They don't meet accessibility standards. We aren't able to provide differently abled people with the library experience they deserve. And one of the things we did in preparing for this, but also just to know what the fiscal considerations were, we asked the DPW to go through and take a look at the most obvious problems with the building and come up with a price tag for correcting those things. And Selectman Vieira was talking about Band-Aids, how they don't work. And what we came up with was 2.2 million as a Band-Aid to fix the problems that exist at the library at the current time. And that's just scratching the surface. That's not talking about things that could develop over the next 5 to 20 years. Kate, I think you're up, right?
Yep, my turn again. Thanks, Mike. So this whole process came out of long-range planning for the library and the realization that the current library building will not meet the future needs of the community. So in 2015, the Library Facility Study Committee, I'm losing my voice, Library Facility Study Committee hosted a community meeting to discuss the building program and the construction grant process. There is a program called the Massachusetts Public Library Construction Program that's administered by the Massachusetts Board of Library Commissioners. And it's through their construction grant program that we're able to move forward. And in early 2016, I want to say January through March, there was a series of public meetings held to solicit community input. And the data and feedback from the community from those meetings was then translated into a library design. And then later on in 2016, that same committee made a series of presentations to various town boards and committees, including this board, the Finance Committee, and the Capital Improvements Committee. In November 2016, town meeting approval was gained to apply for the construction grant. So in January 2017, the construction grant application was submitted. And then in July of 2017, the library was informed that we would receive a $7.3 million construction grant. So some of the feedback from those community sessions really gave us insight into what the patrons in the community wanted. So the residents wanted to see adequate space for collections. They wanted the new building to connect people to a greater variety of information, materials, and technology. And when you think back about how library service has changed just from the 1960s when I went to story time in my local library. I mean, libraries are so different in the way services provided now. And we've done what we can in the existing building. We have missed opportunities because we just don't have the space, or frankly, mainly the space and some technology aspects we just can't do in the existing space that we have. The community said they wanted the new library to support local education and assist local businesses and job seekers. They'd like the new building to act as a community center for all town citizens. And they want space that would engage children and overcome the programming space constraints that we have and provide improved services to our seniors and the public in general. So this is a rendering of from our architect about one view of a proposed children's room. It's enlarged to accommodate play space and collections, and it would have a dedicated storytime activity room that would just be for children and youth services, and it would be shared in tandem with teen services. An enhanced play space area would foster creativity, socialization, and the development of problem-solving skills. A lot of educational and library literature demonstrates the importance of play in early education and learning for children. And we don't really have a play space. If you've been in our children's room, our toy area is basically an aisle between stacks. And the kids can't sit and play there when someone's trying to select a book from that area. It's very difficult. Our parents would like to see low profile shelving, which would provide unobstructed views of the space. Again, if you've been in our current children's room, the stacks are, they're high and adults can't even see over them. And so families really need to be able to, if they're sitting with a toddler in the toddler area, be able to glance over and see where their 10-year-old is without having to get up and move to get a better view. And then a dedicated family restroom, so the whole family wouldn't have to pack up and trek out to the lobby to use the main restroom. A dedicated family restroom is really critical. What our library the current building doesn't have at all is a dedicated space for teens. So the new building would have a young adult room, which would provide teens with areas not only for study space, but opportunities for socialization in a safe space and access to their collections in a space that's separate yet visible to the rest of the building. That's important. We're in a great location between elementary and middle schools, and we see a lot of middle schoolers after school. They need a safe space to be able to blow off some steam after school and then settle down into doing homework. And currently in the building that we have, we're basically one big room. So our middle schoolers are at one end, our tutors and students after school are at another end. And then on the other side of the room is our quiet space where adults are trying to study or do their work. And it's basically one big room. So we're not effectively meeting everyone's needs at this point. We're all sort of doing our best to get along, but it can be quite noisy. This is a view of the proposed lobby. It's a welcoming, well-lit, vibrant space with clear sight lines to program areas and collections. So when you walk in the building, you have a clear sense of there's the children's room, there's the reference area. Easy access from the parking lot. The view that you have right now is looking towards the parking lot entrance from the Newman Avenue entrance. The meeting room would have accessible after hours exiting, which would allow, if the library closes at 8 o'clock, meetings could conceivably go afterwards, and those exiting the meeting would not have access to the main library proper. It would have a small catering and prep area and display and gallery space, which I think is a wonderful community asset. not only for our local artists, but think of the opportunities for the artwork of our school kids or school projects to be displayed. I've worked in libraries that do have that, and it's a wonderful way for grandparents and extended family to see what the kids are doing outside of a parent night or an open house. And then one of the key features of the new building program is a variety of small study group spaces. It's a variety of dedicated spaces for individual or group work. Currently, there are plans for 6 to 8 of these small spaces, which would accommodate anywhere from 2 to 8 people, I want to say. And that would be in addition to the large meeting room, the children's activity room, a local history room, and then a flex space that would sort of take the space of our current innovation center, and it would be a tech space or a maker space. So when we're talking about the numbers, we have updated construction costs, $19.6 million. The grant from the MBLC remains at $7.3 million. That does not change with the change in the construction costs. So public funding for the project would be approximately $12.2 million, which is basically about a little over $100 a year average cost to the average annual cost to the taxpayer, or about $1.96 a week over time. And the total cost for the project would be on the ballot, but it would be reduced by the grant and a capital campaign that would be run by the Seekonk Library Trust. So our next steps are to continue to educate the public about the process. We hope to be at Springtown meeting and then schedule a public vote for late May, early June. And again, the Seekonk Library Trust will be running a capital campaign to raise $1 million to help offset the overall costs of the project. Mike, did you have anything to add?
Not really. I know there's going to be some questions.
Sure.
As I said, this is a project that the town has supported beginning 6 years ago. We know that this is something that our patrons and we feel the residents want. The Board of Library Trustees support it unequivocally because we realize what the presence of a library in a community like Seekonk that is growing, that is fostering community relationships. We know that the library can help with that. We're integral to that. I think one of the things that is impressive is the fact that we cover people who live in town from age 2 up to age 95. I mean, we cover the entire spectrum of our residents. We give them tailored services for the things that they need. And we feel that it's important that they have a space that will allow them to get the best of those services for a long time. That building that we're in is 40 years old. This one, once it's built, we expect it to stick around at least that long. And that's what we're going to be going to town meeting with and to the voters with, assuming that it passes through town meeting.
Okay. Do you have anything else, Mr. Durkee, Ms. Hibbert?
Not I.
Okay.
No.
Just to set a backdrop, because I'm not sure, many people understand or know, what we're talking about, or, at least why you guys wanted to approach this town meeting. Can you give us a current update as to the status of the grant and where the town's position is in the grant status and how the grant works, please?
Sure. We're currently 7th on the wait list. When the grants were announced back in July of 2017, we were 14 on the wait list. So we're now number 7. There's 6 libraries ahead of us. their projects range anywhere, their grant awards, not the total cost of their projects, their grant awards range anywhere from 4 million to, I want to say, 13 or 14 million. So given we don't know which, if any of those 6 will drop out or not have their projects approved. So the state could come to us next fiscal year, the following fiscal year, to say, we're ready to go.
Gotcha. So I got a couple of members. I have some questions. I'm going to get to you guys in just a second. I just have a couple of thoughts. You're also on mute, Mr. Andrade. Which is fine. I'll keep you on mute.
It was right in line with your question, though.
Okay.
So you're telling me that
hold on. Let me follow up, and then I'll come back to you. Okay.
Yep.
So currently you're at 7th. The grant awards typically take place in July, as I understand. Is that correct?
Yes.
So when the grant award potentially goes out in July, let's say they skipped 1 through 6 or whatever reason, it ends up to CCONC to get their 7 million. Then what's the grace period from the time you get the award to get the total commitment from the town?
6 months.
6 months. So in effect, if you get it in July, we could engage this conversation in November. Correct?
Yes, but I think our plan is to go in this spring.
But if we go into this spring, what is that to bolster our position, or does that automatically put us to the top of the list?
No, it does not automatically move us to the top of the list. But I think maybe Mike, you can speak to this a little more. I think the board felt moving us up. Obviously, our construction costs were originally 15 million. We're now at 19.6. So the longer we wait, the higher the potential cost.
And that was one of the comments that was made earlier about costs aren't going to come down. We know that's obvious. By getting the backing of the town at what seems to be an early point, we'll be able to begin with the initial steps of the project, which are necessary, but which we don't want to have wait. So, and I don't know this specifically, but let me, as an example, say, okay, we can then get the project manager and then start getting more detailed drawings finished so we can begin construction faster. If we wait until the grant is physically awarded to us, and I want to make sure everybody understands, we have the money. We're going to get the money. It's not that they can change their mind. The question is, when does the money come? And we're at a point now where it makes sense to put a stake in the ground, start the preliminary activities, bond the project, and then be ahead of the game so that when we're able to begin receiving that payback from the state, we will already be in a position to begin with the more significant costs that we would incur with the building. That's the thought behind going in at this time.
I also think it's important to know that we've deferred doing some capital projects because we realize it's not fiscally prudent to put money into a building that is potentially going to be torn down in a couple of years. However, we had real problems with our HVAC system this year, and we were just lucky in late October and early November that we hit an unseasonably warm stretch because we operated in the building, staff and patrons, without heat for 4 to 5 days. We ultimately had to close a day when temperatures dropped to the point that we couldn't remain open. But DPW is there a lot. And I think it was the school committee earlier making a point that our HVAC system is past its end of life, and it wasn't we had to wait for a part. I believe they're still made, but it was one of those situations where DPW had to come every day to restart the system until the part could come in, because it's not something that's in stock anywhere anymore.
Okay. I'm going to go to some of the members of the board who have their hands up. I'm going to go in order, starting with Mr. Andrade, then Mr. Vieira, then Mr. Zora. Mr. Andrade.
So I think the disappointing thing that I'm hearing in this, though, is that the library grant, though they will award it and commit the numbers, if it drags on 6-7 years before your number gets called, that number doesn't change to go along with it.
No, unfortunately, no.
So that puts any project goer at a disadvantage, because we were looking at it being an almost 50-50 split. I mean, if this thing takes 2-3 years to, even if architectural engineering work is completed, we could, if you keep doing compound escalation, we could be sitting in a situation where now we're only getting a 25 or 30% return. I mean, we're almost at a 30% return on from the grant versus the funds that the town has to put forth. 2 to 3 years from now, if it waits that long, and I understand there's always the chance that it couldn't, that we could get called sooner, but we could be in a 20%, 25% situation.
I think and don't take this to mean that I think you're being pessimistic. I know you're being realistic, but you can look at it that way. But the point is, one of the things that both the governor, the legislature, and now with the latest federal action for COVID, there are more library funds going out to the states and to the communities. So I think the probability is you may see an acceleration of funds being distributed as opposed to a delay. Okay, that may be an optimistic point of view.
Yeah.
But I believe that you're not going to see those funds being delayed longer than they have been, and in fact, they may be accelerated.
So I'm going to turn to the other concern, which is where before we were looking at an $8 million project, and now we're already at almost at 12 and a half, 12 and a quarter, I should say, which is a big jump. And I know it's been a couple of years, and that's what escalation does, but it's just it's a staggering number for escalation there. And so the question I have on the $101.87 per year, how is that being calculated? Is that being calculated on the average household value?
Yes. So the average value, I think in Seekonk is 327,000 right now. And so
for those with a $600,000 house or a $700,000 house or a $500,000 house, that number is going to be double, if not a little bit more than that, just so everybody realizes.
Correct. It's math, and somebody that has a $100,000 house will pay half. I mean,
no, but when I was looking at that, when it said 101.87 a year, that was the first question that came to mind. That just for people to be cognizant of. It's not $101 per household per year. It's based on the
no, it's an average. Right. Correct. It's an average.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, Mr. Vieira.
Okay, first of all, Mike, I'd like to go back to those days of $100,000 house in Seekonk. I don't think there's many left.
There's 7 of them, David. There's 7 houses like that.
But that's okay. One of the things that concerns me more than, the HVAC system and the sheathing on the side of the building is, again, something that you touched on, but we really didn't go into a lot of detail. And a lot of people probably don't even know it, okay? But there's methane gas under that slab. And you remember the days when we used to go weekly and test with meters the methane level under the slab, as well as the methane gas on top over the ceiling. So again, that's a bigger concern to me. I mean, the HVAC systems and the sheathing and that sort, windows, doors, we can repair all that. What you're not going to repair is the issue with the methane gas. And we all know that methane gas is a gas, okay? And all it takes is the right combination, and we could have a problem wishing that we had rectified the problem long before it became a problem. So that's more of a problem for me than the other things. The other things we could probably fix. It costs us some money, but one thing we're not going to alleviate is the gas, obviously, under the slab. And we need to deal with that. The gas is not only under the slab, but it's in the building as well to a certain degree. So we need to
Well,
address.
you know as well as I do that we've got alarms and monitors all
Yep.
throughout that building.
Exactly.
And in the 40 years that it's been there, I don't think they've sounded once. So
But-
yes, you're
yeah,
accurate, but I mean, you're taking it to excess, I believe.
Right. Right. I mean, and again, I'm not trying to poo-poo what's going on. I'm trying to obviously move it along because, again, I think it's long overdue. If you remember the first 5 years after that building was built, it wasn't open, it was closed. So again, there was nothing going on there because of the concern of the methane gas. And that concern for me has never gone away.
It's never gonna go away because you're gonna
Right.
build on the same site.
Well, the problem is the back corner, as Mike mentioned, was built on a portion of the landfill. So I'm assuming that the new building is scheduled to be built off that location, correct, Mike?
I can't speak specifically to where the line is.
Mhm.
I know that that was looked at with a microscope, a magnifying glass, whatever kind of apparatus you want to call it, to make sure that the design that was put forth was going to, I don't want to say it's going to eliminate it, but I think it's going to come as close as you can to eliminate any problem from that landfill.
And we all know that the that the methane gas will continue to travel. Obviously, it doesn't need to be built right on top of the landfill to have a problem with methane gas. But I think it would, because of the location of where it is now, if we were to move the location, and I'm sure that's probably being talked about, you would eliminate the large portion of the concern. Thank you.
I'm not sure what you mean by move it.
Well, again, I'm assuming, and again, I don't know, I'm assuming that because of the issue with the methane gas, that the new plans would be to not build in the same footprint as what the building is now. I could be wrong. I don't know. I don't know that much about the project. But again, if we know there's a problem there now, an existing problem, why would we look for the same problem to reoccur?
Correct. And I think that we had the environmental people that were involved in putting together the plans and the MBLC, which builds buildings, library buildings all over the Commonwealth, they passed on it and said that it met everything from a safety concern that anybody could have. So
Right.
I cannot speak to specific things other than to say it's been given a clean bill of health.
Right, right. Well, that's a good thing. That's a positive thing. But I mean, if
All right,
we've got an
while we move
opportunity.
on, thank you, Mr. Rier. Mr. Zora.
I was just gonna say, I wasn't around 50 years ago, but did you say that they shot first, asked questions later? They built the building with the methane gas, but they couldn't open it for 5 years because of concerns about methane gas?
That's
Well,
correct.
That was before me. I think that there was also a zoning concern because somebody didn't do something. I mean, there were so many issues back then, and I don't know if it was 5 years or if it was 2 years. But yes, but the other thing I believe that happened back 40 years ago is the town paid virtually nothing for that building because of revenue sharing funds from the federal government. And so we've got a building that, in essence, we paid next to nothing for. Now, maybe we got what we paid for. One could look at it that way, but that's one of the things we want to rectify.
I only brought that up, Mr. Durkee, because that's the first time I've ever heard it. So it just has me in like, are you freaking kidding me? I'm sorry,
Hey.
but
It's true. It's true.
Thank you, Mr. Zora. Mr. Petronio?
Yes, a couple of things. So, and I'm always trying to find the so what, mostly to help validate and give some breath to all the projects. Everything that has been said has all been great. In researching what libraries actually provide back to the community and justifying the existence of a library, which I personally believe in, libraries are important as well. There are some studies out there about its ability to reduce crime rate. We talked about programs and addressing the youth and how they utilize the building. Do you have any numbers or metrics that measure the throughput of your facilities and how many residents versus non-residents utilize them?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question? Are you asking if we have statistics that show resident versus non-resident usage? If that's the question, the answer is yes.
Okay. All right. And I think that's, just part of, some of the understanding the costs associated to this and the return on investments to the community. Because, at the end of the day, it's Seekonk taxpayers that pay for it. And then, the conversations about this being built on a landfill. I just want to put a pin in that through you, Mr. Chairman. We're building a DPW site and we're building it near a fill as well. So just something to keep in mind for some of that planning. I think that it's very dangerous for us to look at replacing a building where we obviously know that the land it's on has some issues with it, and I'm hoping that smarter minds than mine are actually looking at that. What Mr. Durkee actually alluded to earlier. Those we're coming to some of the things through you, Sean. The bond rating. We talked earlier about increasing our bond rating from AA to AAA, which is related to our debt ratio. There are a lot of projects we've discussed, especially tonight and in previous budgets. Do you are you concerned at all? Do you have like a metric that's measuring when we reach a break point, or what our goals are in order to increase our bond rating from AA to AAA?
So in terms of the bond rating and the concerns about the amount of debt that's been issued, we're not even nowhere near our capacity for our debt. That doesn't mean that, I suggest that we reach our debt capacity, because we can't afford it. So when you look and just per the bond rating and the impacts of these projects, they're not going to have significant impact on the town's bond rating because we're not close to it. The question I think you're asking is whether or not the affordability portion of it. Right. So,
okay, that's probably more.
Yeah. So there's two pieces. So it comes back down to the strategy that we've been talking about for the last couple of years on how we want to start handling our debt. We continuing to do the debt exclusion, going to the taxpayers and saying, on top of the taxes, the property real estate taxes that you're paying, we're going to increase it essentially. It's a Prop 2.5 without having to actually vote on the override because it's project specific. Or we're going to start talking about trying to incorporate some of our debt payments within our general fund to stay within that levy limit. But we do have some debt that is coming off retiring. And as we do that, obviously those debt exclusions will fall off. But if we continue to add projects to the debt exclusion, then you really kind of level funds, and it depends on the cost of the projects themselves. So, the concern really comes down to a strategy with the project. So we've got the library, we've got the DPW facility that's been discussed tonight. Two significant projects that are both, excessive of what we've seen in terms of building projects in the past that Seekonk is used to. The $1.5 million to $2 million. These are real building projects that you typically see in other communities in terms of $10 million to $20 million projects. And it's not unreasonable to see these costs come, but then we just heard from the schools whether or not, we're going to be doing some fixes there, and if potentially there are some additional building projects that are going to be coming down the line from that. But we've also got the the senior center phase 2 that we're working on. We're doing the South End Fire Station currently. So if you remember the quad board meetings we've talked about the last 2 years, it was really kind of identifying, saying, hey, listen, we've got a lot of building project needs coming on board. How do we start to address that? And the board has taken a proactive step in creating a stabilization account, especially with potential new revenues coming in from marijuana retail facilities, things of that nature, building that stab fund up to kind of offset some of these project costs. So with there, now it really just comes down to what the appetite is for the town and the residents to support this. Because remember, if we're doing the debt exclusion, we still got to get the approval at town meeting, and then it's a ballot requirement as well. So that the folks that go out and vote will have a say as to whether or not they feel it's like something that they feel like they can afford. And as Mr. Vieira had mentioned, we don't have homes that are valued at 100,000 anymore. And as the values go up, even if we don't increase the taxes, you've got increases coming in just based on appraisals, because that's what the value is based on. So, there's a lot to that question. It's not really an easy answer. It just comes down to a philosophical approach on what we want to see from our debt payments.
Okay, that's all very good. I asked the question not because I was looking for a dead-on answer, but mostly to give us all an appreciation of the problem set we're facing here with all these projects. And part of that you mentioned, which I think is very important, is understanding time and how it equates into this the financial picture, because knowing when we're going to do certain things and in what order of priority becomes very important. Like, in my opinion, DPW is right up there at the top, the priority, because it needs to be done. Not to say that the other projects are not important, but that is a project that we obviously need to get together and decide how we're going to rack and stack these and space them out through time in order to finance correctly, so they don't cause a particular year to be more of a burden than others when it comes to this. And of course, need, HVAC systems, we've discussed a lot of infrastructural problems. Those are things that obviously are needs versus the things that we want to have for our community, which are important for other reasons, but we got to take care of the needs before the wants.
Yep.
All right.
Mr. Kadeem, can you send us a breakdown of when all of those debts were going to be falling off?
Yeah, have I, or can I? What was the question?
I thought you had.
Yeah, and it's part of, if you look at the budget document I sent down, you'll start to see, if you go to the detail piece, you'll see the debt schedule. There'll be some items there that would come off. I believe, if not, I can send it again. The other piece too to remember is, some of the ESSER monies, the new, the second round, the third round coming out, is going to be used for capital items, or can be used for capital items. One of the things we may want to look at is potentially, when we start talking about offsetting some of the, savings to taxpayers, is potentially, paying down some of the debt that we went out and did debt exclusions on, right? And that's how if you really want to give a taxpayer, that's probably the best use of the money for the federal monies coming down, and then slowly starting to increase some of the debt payments going into the operating budget. And again, that can't happen overnight. We got to phase that in order to make it sustainable, because we're not covering. And we started to do that with the as I mentioned before, the South End Fire Station for the feasibility and the senior center. Portions of that is being borrowed but being paid through the general fund.
It's page 67 and 68, Mr. Andre, on the budget.
I'm good. Back to you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, look at this here. Okay. Are there any other questions here? So I tell you, I think there's been some very valid points. One, I think, we're at a crossroads of kind of what can we really do right now? And I guess to kind of look at this, Mr. Petroni, I think pointed out, accurately in terms of we've got a lot of buildings and a lot of things that are important, and then we kind of have to prioritize it. I think my only concern with this particular project right now is going to town meeting, in spring is now we'd be looking at a potential with DPW and the libraries for, approximately call it $27 million worth of 2 building projects that we'd be asking the residents to be on the hook for over the course of the next, call it 2 years while construction and building gets going. That being said, I look at the grant proposal or the grants and the positioning from the state and where the costs are, and while recognizing the fact that, every day you wait on the library piece, in 4 years, we've seen that price go up about 50%, what the town's cost would go. Right now, Mr. Durkee and Ms. Everett, my personal recommendation would be to hold off on the Springtown meeting warrant and, to come back, and if you guys get awarded in July, to come back and we go for this and give it a shot here in the fall town meeting. But I think, doing it right now and then kind of hoping, it took us 4 years to go from position 14 to position 7. Could be another 4 years before we would see, a dime out of that grant, and with the positioning of, various projects that we have going on, it is, I think it's an unenviable position to sit here and say, we have something that we think needs to be done at the library. Don't disagree. But we have to prioritize what we got, and there's certainly that sits in front. So that's just kind of my personal opinion, and I'll kind of serve it up for for you all and for the board members as well, if they have any input on that.
Yeah, I think timing is the issue. I think the library build is important. I just think that speeding it up is not going to benefit us in the long run. I think it's going to hurt us. I think that we should just let it play out and put it on the fall discussion, just like Chairman said.
I just don't see what 6 months buys in this process.
Well, it gives us greater clarity on where they stand on the grant process, because it's still unclear.
No. I agree with putting it to the fall,
right?
Until November. I don't see what getting the jump on right now
okay.
buys us on this, because 6 months, even if they were to come back in a year and say you're good to go, the 6 months isn't going to buy you that much time.
Yeah, you're right.
It's going to buy you some.
Yeah,
it's not like.
I'm in agreement only because I think that the library program is important. I don't want to have false hope and put it in for the spring one, because we're doing a lot of debt, and yeah, I see your point, Mr. Andrade. I'm sympathetic to the building state and the fact that it's built in a poor area, which obviously this current board had no control over. And I'm sympathetic to their plight.
But again, and whether you're for or against is irrelevant. I've had multiple conversations over the years with Mr. Durkee and shown support. That has nothing to do with it. What does the next 6 months get you? It doesn't fix any infrastructure issues that the building may have, because you're not going to get that jump on it. It would be different if they had come back and said to them, you guys, green light, you're ready to go. You're number one on the list. 6 months, yeah, it absolutely buys you a lot of time in that scenario, but not at this point.
No, it doesn't. No.
So Mr. Andre, are you suggesting that we indefinitely postpone it until we actually get the confirmation of the grant?
I think at a minimum, we wait until the fall. I wait until July, see what happens. If it gets bumped to a number 2 position, I think you definitely need to put it on at that point for the fall. If you're still at position number 7 in July, I would think that, yeah, there's no need for the rush.
Right.
Yeah.
That's just me.
Yeah.
It's fair.
And this goes back to that whole
And from an everyone understands, from an architectural engineering standpoint, procurement, construction bids, you're looking at an 18-month window anyway, no matter what. Between engaging an OPM, getting your architect on board, going out to bid, getting your bids in, breaking ground, you're at a minimum of an 18-month window. So that's kind of why I'm saying this 6 months doesn't buy you anything.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So it's okay to wait, is essentially what you're saying.
But the other thing is,
Well, we
too,
do currently have an architect. I mean, that part was done prior to the grant. Just, we're not in final design by any steps, but we
Right.
have an architect, we have an OPM, that's all.
You're right. I did forget that.
Yeah.
But it's still, you still have the full design development, construction documents, bidding and procurement. I mean, all of those are going to take all of 18 months.
I understand that. I think my concern at this point is that we end up in yet another holding pattern, not putting money into the building, because again, is that fiscally responsible when we're not sure what the future of it is?
Well,
But we may be looking at a $500,000 HVAC problem next year, or something else will happen. So that's my concern, that there's been a lot of deferred capital improvements because we've been waiting for this project. And I'm wondering how long we can continue to defer that. And put
well, I mean,
money into
and not to tell you how to run your building, but I mean, from a standpoint of someone who deals with this all the time, they're every day with different projects that clients come to me with, is it becomes a again, an analysis of what you need right now and need to do. If you need to spend $200,000 on a fix, it's going to buy you 3 years on a building. You're going to be in that building for 3 years.
Sure.
So you're going to have to spend that $200,000 no matter what. Now, if you're talking about investing $5 million on a new HVAC system for the building, so you can have it for the next 25, 30 years, well, that's a whole different discussion. And I think that's some of that. You are going, no matter what, if we went to the Springtown meeting and the approval was put in place, by the time this building is turned over to the town, you're looking at 3 years from now.
Mm-hmm.
So there's going to have to be certain infrastructure and components that you're going to have to fix and address in the meantime. So it's more of an evaluation of what do you need to do to get you by the next 3 years. That's my opinion.
And it could be replacing the building. We're not taking that off the consideration. We'd like to see that analysis, I think is what Mr. Andrew is saying.
Oh, no, I'm not saying that we need to see any analysis. What I'm saying is, from their standpoint, they need to look back on their building and realistically say that they're going to be in there for a little while. Even if the decision is to go ahead with it now, there are going to be improvements they're going to have to invest money in. And if it's a $200,000 fix to the HVAC system or upgrade, that to buy them 3 years, 2 years, that's going to be needed no matter what, because if the building gets approved, it's not like they're leaving the building tomorrow.
Right. Yeah. And that brings up a good point. That I don't know what the original plan, because I wasn't around when it was first submitted. So are you replacing the building on site?
Yes, same location, roughly. Same location, 2-story building, roughly. Well, double height, I should say. Building
Wouldn't that put more stress on the membrane there for the landfill?
It doesn't sit on the membrane. It sits outside of the membrane. It's just the corner of the building that sits on the landfill.
Oh, okay. All right.
Real fast, we have somebody in the audience that wants to chime in here. Ms. Days, can we move Miss Richard in real quick? Hi, Miss Richard.
Hi, I
saw your hand up, so.
oh, I didn't mean to put a hand up. I'm sorry. I was mostly observing, but
Okay.
I am here. I do sit on the library board of trustees and was just listening into the meeting today.
Okay, I looked over, I saw your hand up, so I wanted to give you the opportunity to speak.
I do want to clarify since you unmuted me, now you've got me. And I know that Mr. Andre just said this, but I would like to make it very clear. The building is not built on the landfill. It is built adjacent to the landfill, and there was a lot of engineering done when we were setting up the initial, when we were part of the facilities committee, we're setting up the initial redesign of the building. The building will not sit on the membrane. It will not sit on the landfill. And that is why we are so careful about the footprint of the building. And everybody is aware of exactly where the DEP's restrictions sit in that area, just to clarify.
I appreciate that. Not knowing what I don't know, I really do appreciate that. Thank you.
And also, I think it's important to know that even if
Go ahead, Ms.
the
Everett.
state gives us the grant in July, we would be moving. We wouldn't be staying in the location. So we'd move to a temporary location.
Yeah, no, obviously you couldn't be there if they're gonna knock the building down and build it in the same spot. But you wouldn't be leaving that day. I'm assuming that you would be in the building until construction was getting ready to start.
Mhm.
Maybe that's a wrong assumption, but I don't think you'd want to be paying rent somewhere when there's at least a building that you could still utilize for whatever that time period is. But that's, again, an assumption.
Mhm.
Yeah. So, okay. Do we have any other comments, questions from board members? Okay, Mr. Durkee, Ms. Hibbert, so, I don't know, at this point, I think you kind of got the feedback here from the board. I mean, again, I think everybody recognizes that that the building, obviously is important, because we're in the position of prioritizing at this point, and the recommendation at this point would be to hold off from Springtown meeting.
So should I'm going to obviously we have a meeting next week of the trustees. I have to take this back to the full board. Are you saying as a board of selectmen that if we were to forward you an article for inclusion on the warrant, you would reject that?
I think our recommendation would be not at this time. I'm going to speak for myself, but just based on two of the other members, at least, and myself, that would present three that would, that would be in favor of postponing it at this particular point in time.
Can I just clarify for Mr. Durkee, because I'm not sure if he was asking, were you asking whether or not the board would submit it as a warrant article or what their recommendation for a warrant article would be?
No, I was asking the former, if they would reject it, not what the recommendation was, what they would do with that request from another elected board.
Okay, no, and that's why, Mr. Chairman, I think you would just going down the line if it was an item on there based on the board's vote, whether or not you would endorse that, right?
Right.
So there would be no endorsement, but it would still appear on the warrant.
Yeah, typically in the past, the warrant articles, as long as there's something that was been submitted by another committee, it has appeared, whether or not the board of selectmen has endorsed it.
Correct. Okay. I just wanted to make sure I obviously understood what the majority of the members of the selectmen were saying. I just wanted to see what the objective impact of that feeling was.
Yeah,
Okay.
because
Mr.
you
Durkee,
would have the ability just to get 10, 10
Right.
registered voters to place it on there. So that's just, I mean, typically the board has always, obviously submitted what other committees and boards have requested, but not necessarily supported it in terms of recommendations.
but Mr. Durkee, if I could, you and I have had these conversations in the past and about the library. And though I may not agree wholeheartedly with the approach that's taken with the redesign, and you and I have spoke candidly about that, I don't necessarily, I've always, I think, kind of supported the initiative and the project. Wouldn't it make sense for the library to get the recommendation from the board on the warrant that it's going for? And maybe just hold off a little bit and to show that, because I would be afraid that the not having the recommendation from the Board of Selectmen may be seen as a negative.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Which is why I think with everything that we've been saying tonight, if we were to potentially wait, I wouldn't want to see a negative when it's not intended to be a negative. It's just concern about other items that are going on in timing.
Right.
Correct. And I
Okay.
understand that, but if I were to speculate and I'd say, okay, it's now November of 2021, and we come forward to the Board of Selectmen and say that we want to put this on, and then it's going to be, well, we got the DPW and the fire station has come along very quickly and they want to go on, so we think you should wait again. And meanwhile, the state has said, oh, here's your $8 million or your $7.5 million. And then the town has essentially given it up.
Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying. I think that's a completely different dynamic that I think we alluded to earlier, that I spoke of earlier today, this evening, where if that was already in hand, it's a whole different ballgame.
Right.
Okay.
And on my end.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I would concur with that too. I mean, if we're had grant in hand, we've got a different discussion, I suppose, for sure. So,
Yeah, the grant changes the timing part of the question that I presented, because then obviously we can defray the cost. So yes, it would change our discussion entirely.
Well, the cost will be defrayed by the grant, whether it's next year or the following year or 3 years. The grant is a given. It's
right.
Yeah, it's
I'm
not that we
not
haven't been
arguing that
approved
point.
for it. We have.
Yeah, my point is more to the tax burden and the exclusion, the immediate, because it's timing again. When the grant money comes in becomes important to defray the cost of how much we're asking the taxpayers to assume in debt, essentially. And that's why I had asked I redirected it to the administrator to clarify where we stand as far as debt is concerned and what effect that would have on the taxpayers. And that's mostly what we're looking at. It's not a, no, we don't support this project. It's we'll support it, but we just think it's a little too soon. And we would like to see, some answers, basically where you stand in the pecking order. And then we think as a board, or at least 3 of us do, that November is probably a better time to present it. That's all.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Durkee, I see your hand up.
Yeah. And this is to Mr. Kadim. I have no knowledge of how the funding goes, how you have to go out for debt once there is approval given to an article. So if the project is, the net cost to the town is $12 million, and it is estimated that year one costs are going to be $2 million, would the town go out to fund 12, or would it only go out to do 12 or, 2 or 3, because that's all that's going to be incurred in that first segment? So the debt that the town would incur for the first, the first dipping of the foot in the water would not be 12 million, it would be 3, or is it indeed 12?
No, so it would actually be, we would need town meeting to authorize the entire dollar amount, so.
Correct.
The
Oh,
19.
I know that.
Right, so the $19 million, so that would be the authorization, but just because we authorized it, that's not when we really incur costs. So we would work with the bond council to put together a cash flow statement and figure out when we'd actually have to hit the bond market. So it may be, 3 months into the project starting that we would actually hit. So we would only get charged, and we can do it in increments based on the cash flow. So we might hit, if it's over a 2-year period, we might hit the market twice as opposed to once. So do a short-term ban authorization for a portion of the project, and then another short-term on the remaining of the project, and then go long-term the second or third year, which would save us money. So hopefully that answered the question. It gets a little convoluted, but we would only be paying based on when we really hit long term. It's when we're at the short term market, it's really just interest payments.
So, and again, I'm I'm trying to write a story here that I can understand.
Yep. So what happens is when we go out, let's just say it's the construction project itself is a year, right? So we would go out. The first year is probably short-term interest, and then we would go. With short-term borrowing, and then we would roll that over, make our interest payments, roll that over to long-term. Once we hit the long-term, our first payment is a year from when we hit the market. So we would essentially be almost 2 years out making the initial principal and interest payment of the long-term bonding.
From the time of approval, or
from the time we go out to the market.
That
we have the sales of the bonds. Yep.
So given the scenario that we were recommending, which was to go to town meeting in May, and I know I'm again optimistic, pessimistic. I'm taking the optimistic view from our perspective. There wouldn't be a payment required by the town for 2 years.
There wouldn't be a payment required until the project was actually underway.
So in that sense,
because all you're essentially looking for is funding authorization.
Correct.
So the project hasn't started, so we're not going to go out to the market and actually bond until the project's ready to go. That we actually have to start making payments, like paying the architectural services and the GC. That's when we would go out to the market. So if you've got the funding authorization, and the grant doesn't come in for another year and a half, we're not paying any money until obviously the grant comes in and the project starts. So you're going to be 2 years until you go hit the market. And then
the understanding that I had tonight was that if they get the authorization for the project at Springtown meeting, they would initiate, because they already have the 12 million, and they initiate that project because they have to be authorized for the full 19 to 20 before they even get the grant anyway.
Yeah. So if they're not waiting for the grant, right? If they're not waiting for the grant, then they can go in. Is the grant, it would be reimbursable or no?
I'm not, Kate, if you can answer, I'm not sure of the exact.
It's paid out in 20% increments, and certain benchmarks do have to be met in the process.
Yeah, no, I guess what I was talking about, and you may not have this answer, but when we were talking about the schools and some of the capital projects, Mr. Andre brought up MSBA. So if we go out and we start doing some of these capital projects in advance to getting the MSBA award, they don't allow us to back charge them for those projects. So what I'm saying is while we've got the authorization, if we proceed with this building project and we haven't been awarded the grant funding and we spent, let's say, $500,000, would that $500,000 be, would we be able to go retro to that point, back to that point and capture that 500,000?
I honestly don't know the answer to that question, but I can certainly find out and let the board know.
Okay. Because Mr. Chairman, that would make a difference. So My assumption was that they weren't going to be moving until they got the authorization. They were just trying to show a good faith effort to the state that they've got funding authorization.
Yeah, I think earlier in their presentation, when they said that they had the, had the authorization because they still have to spend the 12 million, they can start going forward with the project. And, because the grant was going to get reimbursed at some point in time, whether it was 3 years from now or 5 years from now or 2 years or a year from now.
Right.
But they could still go because they would still have the authorization to do it. It's just a case of when they're going to get the grant to reimburse them. But there's obviously, like you said, like you pointed out too, there's also, what are the qualifiers to this as to, if they already put a shovel in the ground, what happens?
There are obviously rules in all grants, and this one, I think we definitely need to know whether or not we can do that before making any definitive decisions on this grant on authority. Because if we give authority and then we find out later on that whatever we did can't count towards that grant money, well, that can screw us up.
Yeah, I believe the answer is yes, that we can go ahead, but I will certainly look into it to verify that. That was my understanding in some of the emails back and forth with the MBLC, but I will double check it.
Yeah, all grants are different. We're not saying that is the case, but we are very cautious about that because last thing we want to.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, sure. Particularly if they're giving you benchmarks of 20% or however it may be. I mean, I'm sure there's probably some qualifiers for sure in addition to that. So, okay. Are there any other questions? All right, Mr. Durkee, Ms. Hebert, thank you very much. Appreciate your time tonight. Sorry for keeping you up so late.
Not a problem.
Thank
you very much.
All right,
Good
thank
night.
you. Take care.
See ya.
Okay. Item G, consider the amendments to sections 2.8.3, 2.8.4, 2.8.5, 2.8.6, and 4.1.2.4 of the zoning bylaws and forward to the planning board for public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. We have Mr. Robin on?
We do.
Okay. Hey, John.
Chairman, members of the board.
How you doing tonight?
Not too bad. Tonight, we've got before us 5 proposed amendments that came out of the recent discussions that we've had and the discussion that the planning board had on March 9th with town council, reviewing some of the substance of the discussion that the Board of Selectmen had with the planning board, as well as some of the other boards a little bit earlier. Before I go into summarizing the proposed amendments, I do want to note that there were a couple of amendments that were originally proposed and discussed with town council that were not included. One was specific authority to the planning board to deny site plan approval where it was found not to meet either design standards or the general provisions of the zoning bylaw. Town council kind of reaffirmed what the planning board's understanding of their jurisdiction and authority was in that instance, and they really have a limited ability, particularly where a use is allowed by right under the zoning bylaw to straight out deny an application. And even where a use is allowed by special permit, it's something that's reviewed by the zoning board of appeals as far as to whether or not that use goes forward. The other element I did want to note before we get into the specifics of the proposed amendments was a discussion that the planning board had with town council with regard to notice radius. There was some discussion that we had with the board previously with regard to having a variable notice or a sliding notice. Right now, we have a notice based on 300 feet, which is kind of the standard notice for abutters under Massachusetts general law. What we're proposing this evening would be adding to that and allowing for the planning board to require for advertisement and posting and discussing that with town council as far as trying to provide for a variable notice radius. Town council indicated that there would be some concerns. I think I expressed this as well earlier with regard to how would you apply that fairly and not be open to accusations for arbitrary and capriciousness. The planning board did request that town council provide the Board of Selectmen with a written analysis, with their written analysis. I haven't seen that. I'm not sure if it's been provided to the Board of Selectmen. But that's certainly a summary of the two of the kind of major findings and discussion points that we had with the with town council on March 9th. The other thing I want to note is that this is the first set of what's going to be at least 2 sets of proposed amendments. This set really kind of, I think, addresses some of the procedural issues that we've identified both in our recent discussions and that we've identified kind of over time in working with the various departments, and the fact that under Massachusetts law, there really aren't a lot of jurisdictional linkages between a lot of the town boards and committees and their various jurisdictions over development review. With that, I'll go into the proposed amendments specifically. Amendment number 1 builds on some language that we recently put into the zoning bylaw, which required where a project requires both special permit and or a zoning board approval and planning board approval for a site plan, that zoning board approval be in place. Amendment 1 would expand that to include approvals by the Conservation Commission, the Board of Selectmen, as well as the Board of Health, with the exception for Board of Health approval for reuse of an existing septic system. Amendment number 2 would be to require the issuance of a zoning certificate by the zoning enforcement officer for a proposed use prior to the filing of an application for site plan approval. That builds on a current requirement for the Zoning Board of Appeals, where the first step of that process is for an applicant to acquire a zoning certificate specifying what relief is needed under the zoning bylaw. Looking at it from the site plan perspective, what this would provide would really be kind of an initial review of a proposed project to see if it's consistent with the zoning bylaw. And also provide for an opportunity for either an applicant, if they didn't agree with the zoning certificate, or a potential abutter to have an appealable determination in place at the front end of a project. Right now, both under the zoning bylaw and Massachusetts general law, a site plan approval or a site plan decision can't be appealed until a building permit has been applied for. We actually recently had a site plan approval that was appealed and has been remanded back down to the planning board for further determinations and deliberations. But the applicant, in order to facilitate that process, went through the site plan review process and then had to actually file for their building permit and face a finding by the building official of denial of that building permit because they didn't have an approved site plan in place. This would provide for a process whereby the applicant or an abutter at the front end of the process, rather than after they spent multiple thousands of dollars potentially on an application, professionals and experts to have that initial determination, and as well as time as well. I think some of the discussions we had tonight about the cost of time to projects would play into that. Amendment number 3 provides for the additional notice that I spoke about with regard to advertisement and posting of notice for a proposed application where the planning board finds that the impacts of that project may extend beyond the required 300-foot notice radius. Amendment number 4 would be to provide for the planning board ability to issue a notice of finding where an application is found not to meet one of the specific development and design standards of Section 8. This would be kind of in lieu of the planning board's authority to actually deny an application. What it would do would basically provide for a 6-month window whereby an applicant could come forward with a revised plan without having to file a new application fees, addressing the issues that were identified by the planning board. I don't think that this is a 100% solution to the problem. I think at some point, if an applicant came forward and was denied several times, or was issued a notice of finding several times, at some point, there's going to be a line there where that functionally is a denial and could open up the town for an applicant to take an appeal of that. But certainly as given the fact that given the fact that the planning board does not have the direct authority to deny an application, it was a middle ground. I think the planning board found acceptable, and certainly town council found acceptable. I do want to note town council did review the proposed language, and the proposed language that's before the board this evening is as it was reviewed and revised by town council. And the final amendment proposed is to require that, and this is expanding the industry district definition to include that the uses, any proposed uses in the industry district be specifically comport to section 1.2 purpose and section 8 development and design standards. That's kind of the presentation I had. And again, I want to note that this is step one of what's going to be a multiple step process in reviewing both the site plan review procedures as well as the industry land use table and development design standards. It does dovetail with some work that and some grant work that we're doing right now to try to get some grant funding to conduct a Route 6 corridor study, as well as the work that we're doing on the master plan. And I think both of those processes will provide an avenue and a venue for us to kind of continue the discussion that we've already started, in addition to looking at more specific proposed amendments. Some of the other things that the planning board did look at on March 9th with regard to the land use table and with regard to development and design standards was an expanded land use table that identified some additional land uses or identified the land uses more specifically. Also looked at an appendix specifically describing each kind of individual land use in spelling them out a little bit further than it is currently done. I think I noted before, right now we have I think 8 or 9 land uses in our industry table, the kind of broad in spectrum. And then the other element that was looked at for future consideration was an actual list of prohibited uses within the town.
Okay. I'm going to start with, I got Mr. Andrade, and then I'll go to Mr. Petronio.
Mine are going to be real quick. So, John, am I to understand that under Amendment 5, there is going to be in the future a more clarifying definition of the industrial district?
Yeah, well, I think that would come out of that review I just spoke of with regard to the land use table and with regard to the development and design standards.
Just want to confirm it.
Yep.
And then the second one is, I'm still not really happy. And I heard what legal came back to you with, but myself, I'm not really happy with the limitation of the 300 feet. It would be great if we could increase that. 300 feet is not a lot, especially depending on where you live. If you live in an R4 zone, you're looking at a minimum of 62,500 square feet for a lot, acre and a half roughly, and 300 feet does not extend very far when you're abutted by R4 zone properties, right? So I would ask if, I don't know if they did, I don't know if it's too late, but if the planning board be willing to bump that to say 600 feet or something and just expand that radius of direct notice. I understand they're saying that you could go in the newspaper and publication, but that doesn't necessarily reach everybody the same way as something in your mailbox does.
Yeah, I certainly can bring back, if that's the board's direction, bring back an extended notice district. Their focus of the discussion, and I kind of wish that the board had before them the determination of town council, was with regard to kind of the scaling that we talked about earlier.
Yep.
We can certainly look at bumping that up 500, 600 feet, 1,000 feet, whatever it might be. That's certainly something the planning board can look at as we're going through the public hearing process.
That would be my ask. I don't know if anybody agrees with me.
No, I would agree. I had that on my note as well, so.
I thought we agreed on that already.
Yeah, there's a legal problem.
Yeah, but there was a legal issue, and that's what Mr. Albin just highlighted. So I think just kind of going back and doing this, try a different way to skin a cat.
Mr. Chairman, I think there are two issues that we're kind of talking about there. One was the kind of scaling variable notice that we talked about, and I think somewhat separate and apart would be an extended further, beyond what we require for a zoning board application or for a subdivision application, both of which are strictly governed by Massachusetts general law. Certainly with the site plan, we do, at least I believe we do, and I'll check with town council on this, have the authority to require a greater notice radius.
And to that, that's pretty much what my comment was going to be, is to clarify. I noticed, I heard all the conversations about a variable notice rating and trying to do the sliding scale. If I wrote a note in here when I was reviewing it, that was determined to be it would be difficult to implement a variable notice. So my suggestion is, why don't we just flat out increase any industrial develop, like do it by, so residents, it makes sense. Like if a resident wants to do something, the 300-foot radius is fine. That's not where the problems are. But if industrial wants to build, it has long-reaching impacts. So why not just say all industrial and increase the footage? Is that fair and equitable rather than?
I think you might have missed what I just said, though.
Yeah.
If you're in an R4 zone,
yeah,
my driveway, my house from my driveway is 280 feet.
Oh,
I'm sorry, from the road.
300 feet is like, especially off of one that I was looking at, you can use the tool on Google Maps. It's like 3 houses if you're lucky.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Even in a residential zone, I think that's not enough.
But even if we solved it, because we're trying to go into redefining and further defining some of our industrial zoning, which was one of the amendments. If we just take like anyone building industrial, which those type of buildings could have much longer reaching impacts on the community than just a simple house.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, John?
I just want to highlight one thing, site plan application, and we're strictly talking about site plan applications here. Those are only going to apply to industrial or commercial uses. Your typical, if someone in an R4 in whatever residential zoning district has to go, say, to the zoning board for a variance because they want to do an addition too close to their house, that notice radius is set by Massachusetts general law. We can't touch that. Just as when the planning board's got a definitive subdivision in front of them, that 300-foot notice radius, and that's probably why we've currently got a 300-foot notice radius for site plans. It's consistent with the other notice radiuses in town. But that's not, as I said before, with site plan approvals, there isn't a Mass general law section that speaks to site plans that says you have to have a 300-foot notice. We have a little bit more leeway and authority there, and obviously want to confirm this with town council. So if we want to put in that 500, 600-foot, 1,000-foot notice radius, we can. I believe that we can do that, and that's certainly something that the planning board can take a look at during the public hearing process.
And I think you got what I was saying, John, and that's exactly the point I was making. So what about the I get the Mass general law. Let's site plan. I just didn't have the right words. You have them.
I just wanted to highlight and make sure everybody was clear, particularly out in the public, what we're talking about. Because with almost any project, whether it's a industrial site plan application or a definitive subdivision application, invariably we get the phone calls of especially when construction starts. I had nobody told me this was going on. I had no notice of this. And at least in this instance, I believe we have the authority to require a greater notice area, where in a situation with the subdivision, we just don't have that authority.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I get that. Fix it where we can fix it.
Yeah. Okay, are there any other questions? All right, if not, I need a motion to approve to forward these zoning bylaw changes to the planning board for a public hearing.
So moved.
Seconded.
Is that with the increase to the 600? Or no?
Yeah, well, I believe I was going to take that back to the planning board with that recommendation.
Okay, thank
I
you.
took away.
Thank you.
And I'll confirm with town council.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll make sure we have that in the motion.
Okay. So amend that motion to include the increase to the 600-foot notice.
Okay.
So moved.
Seconded.
Okay. Any other discussion? Roll call, please, Mr. Petronio.
Madam Attorney, aye.
Dave Viera, aye.
Chris Zora, aye.
David Andrew, aye.
Justin Sullivan, aye. Mr. Robin, thanks for hanging on with us tonight.
Oh, thank you. Always a pleasure.
Oh,
see ya.
At 10 o'clock at night, 10:30 at night, it's a pleasure.
Yeah. I will note the planning board does have a 10 o'clock curfew.
Not the Board of Selectmen.
You guys don't have that option, I don't think.
No.
No,
Have a good evening.
you too.
Thanks for the recommendation, though.
Anytime.
All right, item H, discussion of the Comcast contract. Mr. Kadim.
Just looking to postpone this, Mr. Chairman. As the board is aware, Comcast has agreed to the financial terms, the 5% cap, the $175,000 capital monetary value, and then the 10-year contract. They're just still reviewing the language, and they were looking for an effective date of April 1st. So I was just trying to get this on just in case they came back with it. So anticipate having this on to the next meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All right, roll call, please.
Madam Attorney, aye.
Dave Viera, aye.
Chris Zora, aye.
David Andrew, aye.
Justin Sullivan, aye. Okay, item I, consider signing the contract with Haig, Sahadi and Company, CPAs PC for the town audit.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All right, roll call, please.
Madam Attorney, aye.
Dave Viera, aye.
Chris Zora, aye.
David Andrew, aye.
Justin Sullivan, aye. Item J, read into the record the town moderator appointment of Michael Bragley to the Finance Committee. I have here a letter from Mr. Hoogerzeal, town moderator, addressed to Mr. Kadim. Dear Mr. Kadim, please let it be put into the record at the next scheduled Board of Selectmen meeting, the following appointment to the Finance Committee vacated on January 12th, 2021. This appointment is to fill a vacancy that expires on June 30th, 2023. Mr. Michael Bradley of 33 Lincoln Street.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Bradley.
And this fills a vacancy. Is this for the remainder of that vacancy's term or?
Yes, they fill out the remainder of the term and then it gets.
And then it gets renewed depending on how that all falls out. Okay.
Yep. Okay, item K, consider accepting the minutes of February 24th, 2021.
So moved.
Second.
All right, got any discussion? All right, seeing none, Mr. Petronio.
Madam Attorney, aye.
Dave Viera, aye.
Chris Zora, aye.
David Andrew, aye.
Just so you know, I had to go back and reread that, online. I was missing every other page.
Okay, Justin Sullivan, aye. Community speaks. I didn't receive any comments or questions from the Google form. Looks like we only have one person, an attendee, and I don't think he has anything to say. So, I'm going to item A, discuss other topics not reasonably anticipated by the chairman 48 hours before the meeting. There are none that I am aware of, Mr. Kadim.
None.
Okay, thank you. Town administrator's report.
Mr. Chairman, none at this time.
Okay. Board of Selectmen liaison reports and comments. Bristol County Advisory Board, there's nothing new to report there. Aiken School Expansion Committee.
Nothing new. We have a meeting scheduled for tomorrow. I'll be able to fill the board in on our next meeting.
Really?
What's that?
Don't they have a CO?
What is it?
Don't they have a CO?
Not that I've gotten an email.
Oh.
I'm assuming they were waiting for it, but not to my knowledge.
Okay. Thought that was issued, right, Mr. Kadim?
Yeah, I believe it was issued last week, talking to Bill and Commissioner.
Okay. Then they never sent me back. They never updated me in an email then.
Uh-oh.
All right, we got to get those kids back. All right, 540 Arcade Ave.
Nothing new to report with the 540 Arcade Avenue. We did meet with the, I shouldn't say there's nothing new. We did meet with the OPM. The meeting didn't go all that well. It was kind of a situation where it's felt that there wasn't enough work done, and it was also felt that some of the work that was done should have been done under the original agreement, and we're in the midst of obviously trying to square that all away. Mr. Gadeen, I don't know if you want to take it a step further.
No, just elaborate. So they just came back essentially with a change order for what the committee felt was, and I agree with the committee, was within the scope of work that was provided in the RFQ, and should be kept in line. So, at the end of the day, I think they recognize that, or at least from their standpoint, the not to exceed $125,000 fee for the architectural services, was something that they considered to be taking a loss based on the fact that they were building their portfolio. So obviously, as we go through these processes, they tried to do some change orders, but there was some pushback with the committee to the architectural firm. So they're going back to the higher ups to kind of rectify the situation. So hopefully at the end of the day, everything works out well. The building committee held its ground. So.
Good. Cool. Okay. Veterans Council.
Last Thursday, I believe it was, we did have a meeting. We did discuss having a Memorial Day parade. It was agreed that we would, although I did get an email from the veterans agent today saying that I guess the Veterans Administration has come down suggesting what we should be having for parades if we're going to have them, and we need to obviously continue those talks. I think there may be some changes, and stay tuned. I'll get back to you with what the results are.
Okay.
Thank you.
South End Fire.
South End Fire, we really haven't met. You folks obviously approved the OPM for the project. So Sean, maybe you want to expound on that a little bit. I don't know if you've had conversations with those folks or not.
I have not, but they did just submit their price proposal this week. I believe it was yesterday. So I did review it. It was a little higher than I anticipated. So I've got to reach out to them and try to work that in terms of trying to get it in lines more with where we anticipate it. So.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Do any of the other board members have comments or anything else to report?
Nothing new to report.
No. Okay. Seeing none. I'd like to entertain a motion to adjourn and enter into executive session to A, consider the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 38, subsection 21A6, as having the discussion in open session would be detrimental to the negotiating position of the town for 472 Taunton Ave. Item B, to conduct strategy sessions with respect to the Seekonk Public Library Employee Association, MLSA, AFT, Massachusetts, AFL-CIO, per Mass General Law, Chapter 38, subsection 21A3, as having the discussion in open session will be detrimental to the litigation or bargaining position of the town. And item C, to consider accepting the executive session minutes of January 20th, 2021.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Adam Trony, aye.
Dave Viera, aye.
Resor, aye.
David Andrew, aye.
Justin Sullivan, aye. Good night, folks. Enjoy the rest of your